You mean Brett, Archduke of Lies? Nice. I mean, it's surprising that the Christian community hasn't excommunicated the man. I mean, when you actually have sinned as much as him, you would expect some retribution, some penance to be paid. But what do I know? Should say Brett Keane will be back when he learns to tell the truth, which would actually be a day after Never. So, yeah. Guess that would actually sort of defeat the purpose. I've been great, not having to deal with the religious fundies known as Brett Keane, Rand Campbell, Thick Shades, Bible thumping wingnut. G-Man's okay if you get him into an atmosphere where he's not around the other fundies.
Hello. What's up, Dave?
Oh, Brad Keen's in attention. Oh, Brad Keen's in attention. Oh,
What's up, Neo?
I'm just singing the song of Sunday. Brad Keen's in attention. Oh,
You or I really shouldn't be casting that stone.
what was that?
I said you or I mean, Brett Keen's an attention whore, yes, but more or less than most people. I mean, anybody who
Brad
has a
Keen's a
YouTube,
dumbass liar. Brad Keen's in
okay,
attention.
we are not in
Oh,
the
Brad Keen's in attention. Oh, Brad
Let me
Keen's in
get my
attention.
banjo.
Oh,
We can improvise here, Neo.
bring forth Brad King because he's in attention. Oh.
Oh, I like that one. Okay, when I stop playing, you say Brett Keen's an attention whore, okay?
Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad
I
Keen's
play it
an
3 times
attention
and then
whore.
say he's an attention whore, okay? 1, 2.
Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore.
Brett Keen's
Brad
an
Keen's an
attention
attention
whore.
whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. Brad Keen's an attention whore. And J-Dubs is his locket. Brad Keen's an attention whore. And J-Dubs is up his ass. Brad Keen's an attention whore. He lies like the man. Okay.
Yeah, man, you're wasted. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Brandon? Well,
Yeah.
how are you today?
Jinky winky, gypsy. Hey, Jinky wink, winky winky, gypsy. Teletubbies. Gypsy. Teletubbies. Yeah, I'm setting up a show.
What's up, Brandon? I see you typing.
So what's this hangout going to be about?
I have no idea, man.
Well, I'm reluctant to come in, been reluctant to come into Brett King's hangouts because he has a tendency to nitpick and cause trouble, try to create arguments, and I don't really like that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's some people have said that about him. That's true.
Oh,
I
I
don't know what's
can.
going on here. I don't know who Benny the Gangster is.
I
Somebody
thought he was
said
a
that
Jew
of
because he
Brett
threatened to
Keene's
punch someone
account.
for saying Yahweh, and he threatened to punch somebody in one hangout. I think it was him. Pretty sure it was him. I could be wrong, but um,
Well, I don't think this is Brett Keene's hangout. This hangout is hosted by somebody called Benny the Gangster.
well, whatever.
I don't know who that is.
I saw the one guy, Michael Phelps, I think, and I was going to get in the hangout because he was in the hangout, and I think I heard him in a hangout one time, and he sounded like a pretty cool guy. I wouldn't mind having a conversation with him.
That's cool.
But I was wondering if he was related to the Phelps group in Topeka, my hometown, Topeka, Kansas, where the Westboro Baptist Phelps are.
I am certain he is not.
Good for him.
Yeah, I feel bad for Christians that get embarrassed by slugs like that.
Most Christians, well, I can speak for the Topekans, since I lived there most of my life. We just ignore him. He's a joke. We laugh at him. At first, he pissed us all off, and then we just laugh at him. Like, what? You guys got nothing better to do than to hold up these stupid signs? He tried to get me to hold up a sign one time.
As a citizen of Topeka, does it bother you that you think it's bad for the town? I bet the
I haven't lived in
local
Topeka.
government hate them.
I haven't lived in Topeka for about 15 years, but my
Sure.
family's still there, and I go there like once, twice a year to visit, and I don't hardly ever see the Phelps people around.
Oh, sure.
But
Well, they're on the road constantly. That's the other thing. You can't get mad at them if they're traveling all
they, man, no, we just like roll our eyes whenever we don't even talk about them. It's like we view the Phelps group as the relative that nobody wants to talk about because it's too embarrassing. So
the time. Right.
we pretend that they're not there. We know they're there. We just don't pay them any attention.
That's probably the wisest plan.
Well, it's the only way to keep saying, because I've gotten into arguments with them, and he's trying to get me to hold up signs, and that's the thing when you're trying to argue the Bible and someone's got one point of view and you got another point of view and you're both using the Bible, nobody gets anywhere because the one person always thinks they're right and the other person's always wrong, no matter what. So I got this Bible verse. Well, yeah, I got a Bible verse too. So what?
Says more about the Bible than either of y'all, I have to point out, because its contradictory and vague nature.
Well, yeah, you can find a Bible verse to counter any other Bible verse if you really look hard enough. You can make it say whatever you want it to say. So it's all about believing.
Music or write lyrics or anything like that?
Have I?
Yeah, you.
No, I tried some poetry a while back and I kind of sucked at it. But but no, I don't really.
Surprised. I mean, if you wanted to pick up guitar or bass, it's surprisingly easy. It's one of the few things in life that's easier than it looks.
Yeah, I always liked the idea of maybe one day learning how to do music, but man, the type of music I'd want to do would take years to get good at. Like Bruce Shepard, not Bruce Shepard. Well, Bruce Shepard is a musician actually, but the other Bruce, the one they call Brucifer, Busting Heads.
Oh, yeah.
He, I think he sells guitars and stuff, and he's not a bad little guitar player.
Oh,
But
no,
you
he's
know,
great.
what's that?
Oh, no, he's a great musician.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's been doing that since he was a teenager. And when you do something for a long time, you get good at it, even if you're not really that serious. But I heard one of Bruce Shepard's songs he made, a song called Celestial. Man, that's badass. That is one bad little.
Long hair and the beard, the Christian guy,
Yeah.
married to Isabella.
I really don't know what his brand of Christianity is. I know his wife's pretty outspoken. I know his wife's pretty outspoken. She's pretty outspoken fundamentalist type. She gets in hangouts with G-Man and Thick Shades a lot. And Bruce Shepard, he might be sort of like that, but I don't think he's anywhere near as outspoken as his wife is. But he can play some music, man. I mean, I've heard some of his stuff, and it's like professional, man.
Oh, I'm certain after there was for example, the second G-Man rap is pretty good. I mean, his
G-Man?
first one was terrible, the third one was terrible, but the second one he made.
Oh, you're talking about the one where he told
really
Eve?
Pretty.
Where he told Eve to make himself a
What?
sandwich? The one where he said, Eve, go make a sandwich or something? And I think one of the lines says... Yeah, there was one he did that wasn't half bad, but I wouldn't say he was good.
Well, it was pretty good. I mean,
I mean, personally, I think G-Man's rapping is crap.
Right. Well, usually it is, but in this, at least in this one case, I saw an example where it wasn't. So,
Well, but it's the same one I'm thinking
and,
of. It wasn't.
dun-dun-dun-dun.
He just, as far as I'm concerned, he don't have the voice for it. His
Battle,
voice.
I'll crush you in the battle. Your tail from Jersey to Seattle. Scott and Ben, you know God is real.
Well, you sound
TJ
better.
is big with no.
You sound better than he does. His voice, he's got a nasally kind of voice, man. He does not have.
I find it very difficult to listen to G-Man. I wouldn't say it's nasal so much as just he has a. Yeah, I guess it is kind of. It's nasal and high. He has a very high-pitched voice.
It doesn't go well.
Is,
his voice just doesn't. It doesn't mix well with rap. It just doesn't, for some reason.
Oddly, it should though. Usually, high voice guys can rap pretty good, or can go good with rap.
Maybe
it's not a.
He should go get some professional people to help him develop his. If that's what he wants to do, you know, to help him develop his voice or something.
Well, I don't. He's not that dumb. No. Did you see my Sunday morning Jason Burns report today, David?
No, I didn't. Should I?
Well, yes. I think it's only 5 minutes. I've been really trying. The last ones I've been trying to shorten them.
I don't pay attention to Jason Burns. He doesn't strike me as very interesting. You're really breaking up. Am I? I think you left. But no, I don't watch Jason Burns. He doesn't strike me as that interesting, and he sounds to me like he's about ready to bust into tears any second. So I don't know. I really don't want to hear him whine and complain and cry. Oh, I started to say something. Yeah, I was in a hangout with Brett King once a while back, and I just thought it was going to be just a friendly kind of thing where Christians are going to get together and talk. But he goes and he brings up some comments or something I made on G-Man's channel, and it didn't go well. And I was just like, look, man, you're just being an ass, and I just left. The conversation only lasted like 3 minutes because I wasn't going to sit there and be abused. So everyone's dropping out. Oh well. I think I'll go. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything going on. He didn't stand a ground. He just started accusing me of being a piece of crap, basically, and then that's what he does. He picks fights, just like G-Man did. I mean, if I come into a hangout just to be friendly, why you want to start shit with me? That's what I don't get about a lot of fundamentalists. Is like, why do you want to start shit? I mean, I thought that if you're going to get together with a bunch of Christians, you can just, like talk about Jesus or something, I didn't attack him. He attacked me. I just came in and said hi. That was about all I did. I just came in and said hi. And then he started saying, well, why did you say this about G-Man? Well, because I felt like it, and G-Man deserves it. I mean, I didn't really, at the time, I didn't have anything against everybody. Well, because G-Man does a lot of hating first. G-Man hates I mean, he does things and says things that are incredibly dumb, and then when you get called out on it, then he acts all like, oh, why are you attacking me? Well, because you're attacking everyone else. Why can't you just come and just have a conversation, man? You got to like jump on everyone and criticize them for things when they're going to believe what they're going to believe. Oh, I sure have. I sure have. And he says things like, "I have authority." He doesn't know what authority means, and there's lots of fundamentalists. They don't know what words mean. They change what words mean, so it means what they want it to mean. And for example, the word authority. If you have authority, it means you can enforce that authority. Like Brett King or maybe you have authority over this channel. That means you can boot people, or you can mute them, or tell them you got to go by certain rules because you have authority to enforce those rules. If you can't enforce your authority, you don't have authority. So he's going around telling people, "I have the authority to blah blah blah." No, you don't. You don't have any more authority than the next guy, which is none at all. No authority at all. The only authority any of us have is over ourselves. You don't have authority over anybody else. And there's a whole bunch of other issues, like going into J.D. Kane's hangout and accusing Alex and Fiona of having an affair when he says he has video proof that they're having an affair, and and it's all made up. We all know it is. And then he says, "Well, I'm just trolling. I'm just lying." Basically saying he's lying, but it's okay for him to lie. Because it's okay for him to lie, but you can't lie. And they all do this. They all do this. And I don't think they're this way in real life. I think they're just putting on a show. I mean, come on, you can't be this way for real. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I heard about it, but Fiona, I guess it was some video she did where she's dressed up like a Catholic schoolgirl, telling people to behave, telling people that basically I guess she did it just for a joke. But all she did was loosen her tie. All she did was unbutton one button on her collar, I think. Loosen the whatever little scarf or whatever she had around her neck. And that's stripping. I guess by whoever made the claim. I don't know who made the claim. But a lot of fundamentalists they make comments. They don't even think about what they're saying. They're like, wow. I think one of the issues Brett had with me is that I called G-Man a fake Christian. I called G-Man at the time. I called G-Man a fake Christian out of sarcasm because he's calling everybody else a fake Christian. I don't call people fake Christians because Christianity is just a religion. Anybody can be a Christian. Now within the Christian faith, there's being born again and not being born again. But because they want to mix up what words mean, so according to someone like G-Man, Rand Campbell, and the rest of them, being a Christian means you're born again to them. But to all of the rest of Christendom just means that you believe in the Bible and some tenets of the faith, and you have Jesus Christ as the ruler of that faith. And being born again may not have anything to do with it. But so they got these different meanings for the same word, and nobody wants to give. Nobody wants to give. So everything gets confused. And well, yeah, I know what the word Christian means. It means Christ-like. It means anointed. But it didn't originally mean that. It didn't originally mean that because the word existed before the Christian faith existed. The word existed. They didn't just make up a word out of thin air. It had another meaning at the time. So the pagans called the followers of Jesus Christ Christians because the word Christian actually was a word sort of meant like a cult following, somebody who followed a particular belief system. Because they had other cults that popped up before Christianity, and they called them Christians or Christos. I mean, the word existed before the Christian movement existed. It's too deep for most people to talk about. They don't want to think about it. They like everything to be simple and nice and neat, nice little bow. And reality is seldom that way. Yes, it did. It did exist before Jesus. It meant someone who was, anointed or believed a certain kind of way that was different from the norm. Kind of like what our word cult would mean. You know, like say if there was a movement that started in modern days and then say 1,000 years later, we were calling people cultians. You know, it did exist before Jesus. They didn't just make up a word. They didn't just make up a word and say, oh, let's call them this. No, that you have to have a word in existence before you call someone that. No, Christ actually means anointed. So instead of saying Christ, we would say anointed. So if it were an English-speaking person, he would say anointians. You know, but the word Christ means anointed or touched, and the common pagan back then looked at it like a cult. They looked at it like something strange, you know. So they were the ones that called the Christians Christians. They're the ones that coined the phrase. And it wasn't meant as something to be complimentary. It was meant to mock them. But like the N word, it started taking on a positive connotation over time. Just like the N word originally was something bad. Now within that ethnic group, it means something like brother or friend or companion or something. It means something positive within that ethnic group. Yes, it did within the ethnic group. Within that ethnic group, it means something positive when they said it to one another. But if someone outside that ethnic group said it, it would mean something bad. It would be an insult. So that's how words evolve. That's how words change. But people don't want to admit that about, you know, ancient languages, because you're talking about a book or letters that was compiled into a book that was written 2,000 years ago, across like at least four languages and dozens of cultures and 20 centuries. You know, so of course things are going to get muddled. That's why you have, you know, like dozens of English translations, and each person saying, oh, this is the right one, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's why you got all this confusion and stuff. And the reason why it's not that big of a deal is because you have the Holy Spirit. You have the Holy Spirit to tell you what's what. You get the initial meaning, that's understandable for you, and then you pray about it, and then God puts it in your heart, an understanding that He wants you to have. Don't follow it. Of course I follow Jesus. Jesus is God incarnate. Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are all the same individual. They're all the same individual. Just like a man is made up of three parts. You got body, you got soul and spirit. You got Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. You got Jesus as the body. You got the Father as the soul, and you got the Holy Spirit as the spirit. The soul is life force. The body is the physical presence. The Holy Spirit is the type of life force, or the mentality, or the spirit. You know, we all know what the word spirit means. Like the spirit of a thing. You know, like you got the letter of the law, you got the spirit of the law. We all know the difference. We pretend we don't when it's convenient, but we do. Of course, the devil's a person. There's lots of devils. Devils are fallen angels. There are many devils. Right, there's one main devil, and then there's lots of other devils. That's how Satan can counterfeit the Holy Spirit. Satan can counterfeit the Holy Spirit by having his angels go out there. Oh, I wouldn't know. I only watch G-Man in small doses. It's about all I can take. But yeah, Satan can counterfeit the Holy Spirit by having his devils. But there's one thing Satan can't do, and this is how you know the difference between any spirit that claims to be the Holy Spirit. Yeah, but I tend to avoid that topic because it can get even more divisive than even the different branches of Christianity. But there's one thing, and the Bible does teach that so you get your main information, your initial information from the Bible, and then you go into the Holy Spirit to get deeper understandings. And the thing is that the devil cannot make you feel love. The devil has no love. The devil can counterfeit love, but making you feel pride and lust together feels almost identical to love. But it's not, because it's possessive. It's a possessive empowering, those two emotions. So the devil can counterfeit love by making you feel lust and pride mixed together. But when you feel love, you'll know the difference. We all know what love feels like, but when it's like overwhelming, you're in the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey. How you doing?
Doing okay. How you?
Oh, that's good.
Got some things to do today. Took a little break. I'm going to be spending the next week getting things ready to move to my new place. But I'm lazy. I like taking my time doing it.
Yeah, I'm just outside right now.
G-Man was here debating what topic? That the devil is a person? I don't understand the need to debate.
Oh, no, he was...
I'm moving to a better apartment because I don't like the one I'm in anymore. It's too run down. They're not taking care of it. I don't like it anymore. So I'm moving to a better place. It's a couple $100 more a month, but it's worth it. Nothing real fancy. I don't understand the need to debate people. I tell people what I think, and what they do with it is what they do with it. I don't know why people feel the need to debate. In fact, we're supposed to not do that. According to the scriptures, you're supposed to not get into debates. You either believe what you believe, you tell people what you believe, and what they think about it is what they think about it.
Yeah. Hey, I get a lot of, people on my page and stuff like that. I don't know. They don't really address me or anything I said in the video, or the argument, or even... I don't really care, but I mean, it's kind of funny how they waste.
One of the main reasons why I have issues.
Well, some...
Is that
I get 100 views for doing not even anything. Yeah, sorry.
I don't understand why a Christian claim to be a Christian and then argue with everyone all the time over things they're not going to change their mind about, and you're going to say, look, this is the way it is. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it.
I know, but I tried doing that. They don't really. They keep trying to talk about. They still do talk about, because I get 50 comments on videos about I don't know, some of it's just personal attacks on me and all that stuff. It's not even about
I think it's that some people want to be in charge, and some people want to be patted on the back, and be told that they're like the awesome person of God. I think that's why you got a lot of this Rand Cam stuff. You got a lot of this raw stuff. You got a lot of this uh, G-man stuff. Is because they're just trying to get attention, and they really don't know anything any more than anybody else. You know, a lot of things G-man says and Rand says and Ross says is just ridiculous. I mean, they
But I
seem
don't
to
like.
barely have any understanding. Excuse me. What was you saying?
Yeah. Huh? Nothing. No, I was gonna say about they're trying to talk about Brett. Brett never said he was a Christian, so I don't know what they're talking about. They're trying to say
Well,
like he's
I've heard
bragging
people
about
make that
it.
claim. I really don't care. I really don't care. All I
Well,
care
he's
about is
never said it, but yeah, it doesn't matter either way. And
I don't care if
made
he's
the
what he
position.
is. That's his business. He can
Yeah,
believe whatever he
exactly.
wants.
But like he's made position like what it's been on YouTube, and yet people still don't believe him. And like, I don't care, and yet they still comment on the videos, like thumb it down immediately, and get
But
hang out within
he
two
seems to be
minutes to
pretty popular,
two
and
hours.
he seems to be accepted
Oh
and
yeah.
pretty popular among a lot of the fundamentalists. They accept him, so I guess he's throwing his hat in with them, So whatever. Um,
Well, a lot of
so
people he talked about when he was an atheist. That's a lot of the people he knew before, even still. So.
I'm not going to be judged for Brett. When Brett stands before God, that's going to be about him. So I don't have a dog in the fight. All I care about is if I'm being treated disrespectfully, then my attitude is fuck you. I'll leave. Because you're not my judge. And that's where a lot of these fundamentalists get it wrong. And they actually come out and say, yes, I have the right to judge you. No, you don't. You only can judge one person, and that's yourself. You can judge, but whoever judges first is in the wrong. Because
Don't make your rules fine. Yeah.
if I judge you, then you can judge me. That's what it says. That's what it is. That's why that spiritual rule is in effect. It's because the only person that can judge is Jesus.
So,
So he made that spiritual law so that you can't go around judging each other. Because if one person
it's
judges
different.
another,
Yeah,
they
I
can
know.
judge them. And that gets you nowhere. There's certain ways, there's certain ways you're supposed to approach people, and the only people you can correct are people within your religious beliefs. And if you get together with them in private and you talk it out, and if you can't talk it out, you get some friends together and you talk it out, but all in private. To save people embarrassment.
No, but yeah, I want to say something. Sorry to interrupt you, but I don't really care what people believe anymore. I'm tired of it. Like I'm a theist. What am I going to say to people that's going to change their mind? I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like you know what I mean. But there's still that need of people to keep continuing on this bullshit of like people. Like it doesn't matter who it is, like whatever they are, but it's like.
Well, I watched 15 minutes of G-Man's last hangout, and at the 15-minute mark, he was saying that everyone's fallen short, and then he said it also includes himself, but he has Jesus forgiving him, in so many words. He was saying that Jesus is forgiving him his sins, so therefore what he says and does, forgive him. Everybody else is just screwed. So G-Man can say things and make up stories and all these, and he can just say things. Well, I'm trolling right now, so I can say any crappy thing I want. No, that doesn't mean that. He's making up a rule for himself so that he can do a certain behavior and not feel guilty about it. And that's just nonsense.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
Yeah.
So that
I've had.
funnies do this a lot. Funnies do this a lot. They'll make up rules and then exempt themselves. They make up rules and they're like, you got to do this, this, and this, but then they do it. But I'm forgiven. I'm forgiven. If I mess up, I'm forgiven. That don't mean you can just do it because you feel like it. Then that's not a repentant mind. That's not. It's like the reason how it works in the Christian faith, or supposed to work, is say you used to be a thief, and you got born again, so you don't want to be a thief anymore. But every now and then you see an opportunity, like you'll see like somebody left some change and put it in your pocket or something. Every now and then you'll slip up, and then you'll repent of it, give rid of the change or whatever, give it to the poor or something. You know what I mean? But every now that means that you're making an effort not to repeat the thing. It doesn't mean that Jesus forgive me so I can go out and steal whatever I want because Jesus forgiven me. That doesn't mean that.
Haven't you gotten that? Yeah, yeah. Like a lot of people have asked, like, is it okay to forgive a murderer if we, accept Jesus Christ and he kills like a lot of people in prison, right, or something, before he gets to prison, and he's like, and is that okay for him to continue? And then some people have said yes or no, like, what are you supposed to say, right? Because sometimes it looks just like to people like the atheists, right, when they ask you that question. So, like,
well, a murderer that say he's in prison,
yeah.
He's a murderer. He got convicted of murder. Let's say he committed double homicide. Went spending the rest of his life in prison. So he becomes born again. Gets saved, becomes born again. And okay, so let's say he was a real violent dude. So maybe he doesn't get as angry as easily as he used to. But every once in a while he'll still get angry. Maybe still get into a fight every now and then. But as time goes by, he keeps repenting. He gets into those altercations less and less. And then say it took 5, 6, 7 years for him to be like the most peace-loving, calm individual you've ever met. But it didn't happen overnight. He had a lot of bad habits that he had to get out of. Whatever his anger issues were and stuff. I mean, it's an ongoing process. You don't just quit cold turkey. I mean, it can happen that way, but more than likely, it'll be like you have to keep repenting because you slip up a little every now and then, and you just get better as you go.
But I mean, yeah. It's kind of funny when you get questions for that. People, it's like, well, your worldview can't even account for morality, so I don't know why you're asking me that. And I don't know, it just pisses them off. And I've had to block people like that because they keep on trolling my things, saying like, "Go fuck yourself," or "You're retarded" and all this, and
Well, it's YouTube.
That's
just on it's YouTube. It's
yeah.
YouTube.
Well, because I defend. Yeah.
I'll have to comment on G-Man's hangout when he did the channel. I'll have to comment there and said, look, I really can't believe this anymore. I mean, you can't possibly be like this in real life. I mean, come on, this has got to be an act. I think all the fundies are just putting on an act. Man, the things, oh my gosh, the things they say, they can't possibly be like this in real life. If they were, man, nobody'd ever want to be around them. I mean, you can't be around someone that's constantly being a dick. That's constantly bringing up the Bible every time you turn left or right, bringing up the Bible to you. I mean, it's like you just constantly, man, just get the hell away from me. I'm trying to live my life. I don't need you beating me up with the Bible every 10 seconds.
I can't stand that nigga. Just because I don't believe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Just I'm about to say, just because I don't believe in it, don't mean I'm a bad person. I mean.
Oh well, I'm a universalist Christian, so
Yeah, me too. Me too. I understand where you're coming from. Me too.
Jesus saved everybody, but not everyone's born again. There's a difference between being saved and being born again. They don't know that either.
I thought they just get annihilated or something.
No. What saved means is you're saved from staying dead. They say you're saved from going to hell, but they don't know what the word hell means. They look up the word hell. The English word hell is translated. It doesn't even mean what they say it means.
To me, hell is a state of mind, man. It's just a state of mind. Just as heaven is a state of mind.
Hell is the grave. It means dead. It means you're dead. It means hidden, buried. And it also says says the dead are aware of nothing. Because the dead know nothing. How can you know nothing if you're burning in agony? You're knowing that. It says that the dead is aware of nothing. That means they experience nothing. They're dead. So that and also they completely miss the references. There's clues that the English wasn't translated exactly right because it says that hell is where the body and the soul is together. It says fear him who can destroy both body and soul in hell. Well, according to the way they're teaching hell, your soul goes to hell, but your body's in the ground. But if your soul is where your body is, it's both in the ground. Because we know what the body is. We can find that. We can uncover the grave and dig them up. That's where the body is, in the grave. So that's where hell is. So that's where your soul is too. It's in the grave. It means it's turned off.
Energy goes back to the earth.
What's that?
I was saying your energy goes back to the earth.
Yeah. Your soul is where your body is. Your body's not burning in agony. Body's not burning in agony. It's right. It's in the ground. It's right there. It's buried in the earth. So.
And I had that same conversation in the last room. We was talking about spirit and soul, and I was just saying like spirit ain't nothing but energy, man. It's all of what you put into it. That's what your spirit is. You are spirit. You are the living spirit.
But you don't see the energy in a dead body. It's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been turned off. It's gone. It's missing. It's been turned off. It's like a dead battery. So when you're resurrected, your body and your soul comes back. It's back. You got power put back in your soul, which energizes the body, which raises you up. And then you're judged for your eternity. And in the lake of fire, the lake of fire, it says Jesus is right there in the lake of fire with you. It's Revelation 14, verse 10. It says and they're tormented before the Lamb and the holy angels. That means they're right there. And if the torment's forever, then Jesus is there forever too. Because the torment has to take place before him in his presence. So is Jesus going to spend eternity in hell with you? Or burning in agony? No, it's nonsense. The lake of fire doesn't mean what we think it means. The lake of fire is a purifying process. All the ancient religions, including the Jewish religion, fire and brimstone, sulfur, and all that, it was used in religious practices to purify things that were not pure. So the lake of fire is a purifying process. That's why in the very last place where all the bad people are mentioned, in Revelation chapter 22, it says they're standing outside the city. It says that they're without, which is outside. They're outside, not outside in the lake of fire. It says that they're outside. It says outside. That means they're not allowed into the city, but they're allowed to be outside.
I wish I knew how to switch the screens. I could show y'all a primary source where they got lake of fire from the Egyptians with the 4 baboons surrounding the 4 corners. I can click screen share. All right, hold up. See, can I do this? I'm a newbie to this.
Well, I don't even know how to do screen share. Not really. I don't know how to do any of that stuff.
Alright, screen. Thumb scan. Over here, screen share. Alright. Pull mine up first, so I can have it on deck. But y'all continue, man. Y'all continue talking, man.
Well, And also Revelation 5, verse 14, I believe, it says that every creature in the universe is going to be praising God. Now, how in the world are you going to be praising God if you're in eternal agony? It says every creature everywhere. It says in the sea, under the earth is actually hell. It says in the sea, under the earth, on the earth, in heaven, every creature will be praising and singing to God. How in the world are you going to be doing that if you're on fire and agony?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, there's lots of places in the Bible where it just doesn't make sense, and so what the funnies have done is they've changed tactics now. They're trying to use this exegesis thing, this eisegesis thing, and really what they're meaning it is say since you arrived at a different meaning than me, then you didn't translate it right. Basically they have the result they want, and then they're trying to make everything else fit instead of just reading it. So they already have their mind made up how they want it to be, and then they read the verse in a way to where it ends up being what they want it to be. I've actually had G-Man deny John 10:28 even existed. He denied that the verse even existed. Where it says John 10:28 says that my Father is mightier than all. He says, "I place you in my hand, and no one is able to pluck you out." That's eternal security, man. Nobody's greater than God. You can't even pluck yourself out of God's hand. It says that no man, you're a man, and God's a man. God became a man, so God can't even pluck you out of His own hand, because that would violate that verse. There's no man, and God is now a man from Jesus time to now. God is a man, so that would make that verse a lie. If Jesus could cast you away, if you were born again and believed, and Jesus could cast you away, or you could lose your salvation somehow, then that would make that verse a lie. And they also want to use the verse in Hebrews where it says, and if you could fall away, then you would crucify Christ anew. That's in Hebrews. And it doesn't say when you fall away. It says if. What it's doing is it's making an illustration. It's making an illustration of the absurdity of it. It says if. It doesn't say. It says and when some of you would fall away. If that's what it meant, it would say when. It wouldn't say if. It says if. Now there's so many things that just is overlooked. They just gloss it over because they don't like it. They just glossed over because they like the idea of people paying for things. It's not fair in their minds. It's not fair that people get to go to heaven if they didn't believe. It's not fair because they had to believe and go by the rules that they think they got to go by. It's not fair for them. That's why they have the belief system they have. Because they want people to pay. Because they had to pay. They had to sacrifice their life. So that they've become like the people in the marketplace that worked at different hours that Jesus is talking about. He said that some worked in the first hour, some was hired in the second hour, some was hired in the 11th hour, and they all got paid the same payment. And then the ones that worked in the first hour complained and said that, well, we worked longer, and you're making them equal with us, so work longer. And Jesus said, well, it's my mercy. How are you going to be stingy with my mercy? But he was, instead of it being mercy, he had it in the parable. It was money. He said, "It's my money. So how are you going to have an evil eye against me for me being generous with my own money? It's not your money." But that's how they see it. That's how fundamentalists see it. They see it as their grace. They see it as they're the ones in charge of God's grace. They get to decide who gets the grace and how much. It's very egotistical, and it's taking God's place. But God saved everyone, every one of us. He saved us all. But everybody in his own time. Some won't be saved until after this life. And then they say, like, well, you got to believe in Jesus now, in this life. Who says? Who says? If you go before Jesus, how are you going to not believe it's Jesus? If you go before Jesus on the day of judgment, how are you not going to believe him then? You go through the fire, and the fire is, like we said, a purification process. It's a purifying process. And Jesus said, not all will say to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into heaven, only those who do the will of the Father. What's the will of the Father? The will of the Father is that no one should perish. That we know what the will of the Father is. It's right in there. It says the will of the Father is that none should perish. So the Father don't get to do his will? It's nonsense. So when he says, Lord, Lord, depart from me, you workers of iniquity, we don't even know what the word iniquity means anymore. Iniquity means lawlessness. Lawlessness, people without law. Now, see, the word law is translated to the word Torah. Now, Torah, the Old Testament Torah, is the actual written law. But New Testament version, there's two types of Torah. There's the Spirit and there's the written law. But from the Old Testament until Jesus' time, it's the written law. From Jesus' time to now, it's the Holy Spirit. It's those who have the Holy Spirit. It says, depart from me, you workers of the law. You workers of the law, because people who work the law break the law. It says, you workers of the law. He's not saying that they're workers of the Holy Spirit. He says, I didn't know you. It means I wasn't intimate. It means didn't have the Holy Spirit. And they were saying, Jesus, didn't we do this? Jesus, didn't we do that? And Jesus said, they didn't answer the question because they didn't do it. And even if they did do it, they were saying it was them that did it. You know, we go before Jesus. I go before Jesus. I'm not going to admit to doing a thing except sin. You know, I mean, I'm not going to say, well, didn't I do this? I'm going to say, yeah, I deserve every bad thing that, you know, that I was unrighteous. You know, I did a whole bunch of sin. You know, I'm not going to boast of anything I did. That's crazy. You're going to go before God and boast that didn't I do this? Like you're trying to teach God. You're trying to, because whoever asks the questions is the one that wants to do the teaching. It's not that they want to know anything. It's like, well, do you this, do you that? Is because they want to be your schoolmaster. They want to be teaching you something. That's why they ask questions. Is that they ask questions like the Pharisees asked questions, because the Pharisees wanted to teach Jesus. So Jesus taught them, and they hated him for it. We're still doing it. So it's the work people who try to work the law. Paul set up a law for people when he went and preached from book of I think it's Galatians, or like right after Acts, I forget which book, but from all the way up to almost where he wrote his last book. It was like 3 or 4. You know, he had problems in the church. Church people trying to break law back in the church. So he said, okay, you want some law? Here's some law for you. So he set up rules for the church. So the people that want a law, they try to do these laws and they argue over it. Because he set up the law in the same way that Moses set up the law. He set up a law for church the way Moses set up a law for the Jews. So that people would be harmless when they try to obey those rules. So they'd be rendered impudent. And when people of the Holy Spirit see these people arguing over points of law, church law, they seem silly. They don't want nothing to do with it. They say that's not the Holy Ghost. You got caught up in the trap.
What's going on now?
Because people that come into the church that don't have the Holy Spirit, but they believe in Jesus and all that, but they haven't been born again, they want to try to rule the church. They want to try to be in a rulership position. You know, people that are born of the Holy Spirit don't want to rule nothing. You know, so you got these people. They want to be the teachers and stuff, but all they're doing is they get wrapped up and caught up in all this church law, which is the trap. The trap that Paul set up to expose them, so that they will become the great falling away of faith, because they're the ones who follow law, church law, that brings death to themselves and everyone that follows them. See, I don't ask questions. I don't ask anybody questions. I don't care. I don't care to know what anybody else knows. If I want to know something, I'll ask God. I'm not going to ask you to do this, do that, unless I want like know where you're coming from. But I'm not going to ask you questions to try to belittle you in any way, or try to get you caught up in a trick, or try to get you to where you can look sinful. But that's what they do. That's what these fundamentalists do. They ask questions so they can set you up in a trap. But all they've done is set themselves up because they're in their own trap. So that's it. I guess that's the end of my tirade.
Still trying to figure this shit out.
Brett will probably delete this whole segment. That's okay. I know what I know.
All right.
In fact, Jesus never told anyone to write a book. You know who Eddie Griffith is, the comedian?
Yeah.
Sometimes God will speak through unbelievers. But he said something profound in one of his comedy bits. He said, now, I'm not going to use dirty words and stuff like he did, but he said something like, how come, he said, Jesus never wrote one book. It's always the people who was hanging on that wrote the book of John, the book of Mark. He said that like they all knew him, so they're gonna write this book. Jesus never wrote one book. There's only one book that Jesus actually was commanded someone to write, and that's a book of Revelation. All the other stuff was just letters written to a group of people at that time. It was not intended to become a book. We had the Old Testament. And you heard the gospel from people who were commissioned to speak it, and you believed, and then what happened from there happened from there. But you got all these books, you got the books down, and all they do is mess people up. But yeah, this YouTube stuff is just perfect example of what's wrong with church stuff. Is you got people on YouTube that they're just trying to cause trouble. They're just trying to argue. They're not trying to discuss anything. They're not trying to tell people what they really think. They're trying to do some appearance thing. They're trying to make things up for appearances so they can get paid attention to and get viewed. And for whatever reason, views. I don't know. Maybe there's some money thing involved. I don't know. Or maybe they can get attention for whatever activities they got outside of YouTube, or other online stuff they got going on. I see right through all of this stuff because the Google Hangouts and everything is set up in such a way, you really can't make a point, because as soon as you try, like I said, if you're in G-Man's Hangout, you try and make your point, it tries to derail you. Try to get you off the side thing or something, or switch gears and try to talk about a different topic. But he's got to get control of his channel again, of his video, his hangout. Got to get control of his hangout, and he wants, and he's like the rest of them. They want their hangout to go a certain way. So they can't have someone come in and just start speaking truth, because if that truth is against what they're about, then you can't have that. So what's your take on evolution? That's a big topic too.
Who, me?
Yeah.
To me, it's a theory, man. It's a scientific theory. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have hold on. You have these different bones. You feel what I'm saying? Australopithecine. You have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis. You have all these different bones, and it's a structure of showing that everything evolves. But I can show you a dung beetle, and the same dung beetle, well, I ain't gonna say the same dung beetle, but another dung beetle that is not in the sun and is in the forest. You know what I'm saying? It shows evolution. It's a model. So I understand evolution for what it is, because I understand science. So I can't just say Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your opinion on that. But evolution is not a theory. The mechanism, the mechanics of evolution is called the theory of evolution, but evolution is a science now because they've proven it.
Yeah, we talk about the science thing. I mean, we're on the science thing. I just said it in a different way, and I didn't mean to say theory, but I understand evolution for what it is, and
I
I
made that
believe
mistake.
in it.
Yeah, I've made that mistake until Fiona straightened me out on it a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate it.
So I'm not a scientist, man. I'm a high school dropout with a GED and 1 year of college, man. I'm not that educated at all, but I do believe the things about it I do understand, and it's the jury's out, man.
Yeah, I
Evolution.
mean, it's right. I mean, it's right there for us to see that everything evolves.
Yeah, it
I
did.
mean, technology evolves. So I mean, evolution is all around us.
Yeah, it's and you know, I, we don't know the details. We don't know all the details. Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe there's creation involved too. I believe that that man evolved. He also had a little help. There's things that I just can't quite connect all the dots, but I can connect quite a few of them. It's like uh, how we develop vaccines. How we create vaccines for different diseases and viruses, and I mean like the flu virus and stuff, is we use the principle, the theory of evolution to understand how the virus works in order to develop the vaccine. I try to get Tommy Hall to understand that. He's all in the hangout. He was just stubbornly not getting it. I said, look, the fact that we can create vaccines using the principles proves that evolution is true. Because if evolution was not true, we cannot develop those vaccines because we would be trying to develop it on a faulty premise. But because we can develop vaccines and they do work, it proves that the theory is sound, therefore a fact.
exactly, exactly. Like I said, I mean, certain people don't want to accept. You know what I'm saying? They try to throw the little monkey jokes in there and everything. So y'all believe that we come from monkeys? No, no, that's not the deal. I mean, like I said, I believe, not believe, but I understand science and I understand that we are a part of the great ape family. You know what I'm saying? That's not saying that you're a
We're primates.
gorilla. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's not saying that you're a gorilla or a chimpanzee. It's just saying that you're a part of a certain class of, you know what I'm saying, class of being. I mean, when you look at a feline and a, I mean, not a feline, but a lion and a cat, you know that they're similar. You know what I'm saying? They come from a common ancestor. But when it comes down to things that look like us, I mean, that's when the big problem comes into play with certain people because of their their dogmatic beliefs.
Okay, well, one thing that even if you're not a scientist, you can look at the animal kingdom, and you can say, look, if God knows everything, since God knows everything, He would know that if He creates animals with so many similarities, like four limbs, a head where it's supposed to be two eyes, not like in the insect kingdom where they have like eyes everywhere and stuff, but in the in the animal kingdom, you got four legs. We have blood, pumping through it that turns red and stuff. I mean, all the animals, their blood is similar. Their body types are similar. Their reproductive system is similar. Um, it's just there's too many similarities to just say, oh well, evolution. Screw evolution. But there's so many similarities between the human beings and the animal kingdom that to dismiss it is just nuts. Because why would God make the animals and humans so similar, knowing that it would create a confusion once we start getting more intelligent and learning things, and then somebody would come up with a theory of evolution. Why would God do that? Why wouldn't He make the animals and humans so different that there's no way in the world somebody would even say, "Ah, we came from that. We all came from the same place."
Hmm.
So
I
we kind
mean, like I said, it, go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because there's so many similarities, it leans credence to that line of thinking. It would be a natural direction to go in. And then they come
Yeah,
up
and it
with,
all leads back to
and it,
I was just gonna say it all just leads back to that dogmatic belief that they're stuck in. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
a belief in evolution would just somehow make God not exist, I guess, which is silly because what you do is like within science itself. If you have an idea of something, they use the scientific method to test the idea, determine its validity, and it becomes a fact and a science later on in so many words. You use that when you get new information. If you've got information that contradicts information that you had previously, then you change your belief structure. You adapt it, incorporate it somehow. So if evolution is true, and it is, because science has proved it is, then you have to somehow look at the Bible, the stories of the Bible, where it incorporates those truths. So it's not this way or that way. It's why not combine the two?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, like I said, I don't believe in I don't believe in the monotheistic religion. You know what I'm saying? But as far as trying to prove if God exists or he don't exist, it's like you're not going to be able to prove that. And on top of that, it's all about one's mind. And it's about one's culture. If you want to know about a certain type of people, study their culture.
Yeah. What if you were born as a Muslim? What if you're born in a Muslim world?
Exactly. Then exactly. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
But then according to a lot of Christians, that you're going to go to hell because you believe in Muhammad. Well, you didn't really have much of a choice but to believe in
Choice,
Muhammad.
exactly.
I mean,
And it's always that one thing about my 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 religion is over your religion. I mean, the Islamic people have this saying that the Christians they failed or something like that, and Judaism were lost, and the Islamic people have uh the correct way of life, some shit like that. I can't too much remember. I'm just paraphrasing, but that's just the way people think. But you go to the Judaism people, and they'll say, well, if you're a Christian, then you know what I'm saying, nah, that ain't gonna work out. And you Islamic, that ain't gonna work out. And Christians do the same thing. All the atheists does is just, you know what I'm saying, they go off of nature and science. Certainly,
right.
I'm not gonna say all atheists, but certain atheists go off of just straight up nature and science.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I told somebody the other day, it depends. It depends on your culture. I just
Right.
like I'm finna po- I'm finna, let me see, can I do this right?
But see, the fly in the ointment with a lot of Christian fundamentalists is that they use the Book of Romans to where it talks about that the people who were worshiping like statues and animals and stuff, that they're without excuse because they knew of a God and they started worshiping animals. And then it went on to talk about homosexuality acts and being reprobates and all that, and women being lesbians and stuff. So many words. It went on into that, but the thing is, they're using that verse to say you don't have an excuse not to believe in Jesus. No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying that you don't have an excuse not to believe that God is God. But
I mean, even in Egypt. Go ahead. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
how can you go to hell for not believing in Him?
Exactly.
So they have to move the goalposts. They have to move the goalposts, saying like, well, you're not going to hell because you don't believe in Jesus. You're going to hell because you're a sinner. You're going to hell because that's where you're supposed to go. Because you're not, because everybody deserves to go to hell. Basically, that's what they're saying.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it. I don't know what I'm looking at.
All right. You see the four baboons on the four corners, right?
Okay, I thought they were birds.
Right here in the middle, That's supposed to be the lake of fire. So that's the concept of where the lake of fire comes from. But these four baboons are different aspects of, you know what I'm saying, your mind. You know what I'm saying, the positive and the negatives. So I mean, like, a lot of concepts are being taken out of context and being put into a culture, to a cultural aspect.
It could have come from the Alexandrian Egyptian text and got mixed in with ours. It could have done that. They could have done that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they were saying that they say you go to hell simply because you deserve to go there. It has nothing to do with believing in Jesus or not. But that's not what the scriptures they say is absolute, perfectly true says. Jesus said that he who believes not is condemned already. That means it's the lack of the belief that condemns you, according to Jesus. That means, and how can you have a lack of a belief if you're never introduced to the belief in the first place?
Exactly. And like I said, it's always dealing with religion is like an off-brand of an off-brand of an off-brand of an original. You get what I'm saying? Like this picture that I'm showing right now, you have the Papyrus of Annie. I'm sure most of y'all know about the Papyrus of Annie, but you have the Ma'at scale.
I don't know what
exactly. You have the. Say it again.
I don't know what you're talking about here. Who is this deity you're talking about?
I'm just showing you, like, where did they get the judging, the heaven and the hell scenarios from. So like right here you got the Ma'at scale, and you have the feather, and your heart being weighed with the feather. And if your heart weighs more than the feather, you and your heart will get devoured by this being right here. I forgot his name, but you will get devoured by him. But if the feather weighs more than your heart, then you will ascend up here with the ancestors. So it's all of, like I said, it's all the off-brand of an off-brand of an off-brand of an original. And certain people don't like when you try to throw them when you throw them things in their faces. That's just like Zoroastrianism. They don't know that the three monotheistic religions is an off-brand of Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism is basically part of the Persian, and the Persians they learned from they got all their scripts from the I want to say the Greek.
Well, not only that,
we all know who the Greek studied up here.
The Jewish faith, the Old Testament deity.
I might be saying.
It's so completely different from the New Testament. Holy Spirit, Yahweh in the Old Testament is so radically different than the Holy Spirit in the New Testament. That's because they're two different deities. Yahweh, it's been proven recently, and it's causing quite a stir in the Israelite societies amongst the Orthodoxy. There's I don't know the guy's name, but an archaeologist has uncovered information with relics and stuff that Yahweh was originally a Canaanite, and it was introduced to the Israelites around Moses. That's why he calls himself the God. He Isaac and Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He doesn't say I'm the Elohim. He just says he was.
That's right. But Yahweh is.
Yahweh was a pagan deity. Yahweh is not the
exactly.
Yahweh was a pagan Canaanite god of war. That's why he was wanting people to do all this enslaving and killing and stuff, because he was a god that was a disciplinarian. He was a disciplinarian. When the human race fell, when the human race had fallen, was in a fallen state, we came under the jurisdiction of fallen angelic beings. And so the fallen angelic, they were representing God to us, and in order for us to be right, they had to bring a law. They had to you gotta go by this law, and the law brings death. And for whatever reason, the Holy Spirit allowed it, because of whatever
arrangements was made, prehistory, before Adam and Eve was created for the earth, way back in times, pre-earth times, when the angels had their rebellion and all that. Certain agreements were made, certain rules of engagements were made, and this whole reason we're here, the whole reason why we're going through all this, is so that the bride of Christ can exist. Now, the bride of Christ has to know good and evil. There's only one being that knows both good and evil at the same time, and that's God. And there's one other being that knows it, and that's man. The angels don't know good and evil at the same time. They know one or the other, never both at the same time. They're either completely good or completely evil. So that's why the mess we're in. Is because this is necessary to go through this, bring mankind through this, so that the bride of Christ can be created. The bride of Christ is a body of believers that God has chosen, His elect. That doesn't mean that He has His elect and everybody else burns in hell. What it means is there's a hierarchy in eternity. There's a hierarchy. You got Jesus, who's the groom. You got the bride. You got the friends of the bride and groom, and you got the servants. Now, these are all mentioned throughout the New Testament, hidden in plain sight, if you know where to look. This was revealed to me 10 years ago. And so those are all that are in the city. Now, the rest of humanity, they're saved, but they're saved, after this life. They're saved when they have to go through the lake of fire to be purified and all that. Because that's where Jesus is, the lake of fire. The lake of fire is how it describes in Hebrews, our Lord is consuming fire. God is consuming fire. God's actual pure form. If you were to see God right now, you'd die because He's pure fire. He's made of fire. And that's what the lake of fire is. It's God purifying, burning away all the sin. That's why Jesus is there. He is that fire. It says
but in the Bible, I don't mean to cut you off, but in the Bible,
everything will be salted with fire. It says that in the book of Mark. When Jesus is talking about cutting off your hand and all that, not going into hell whole, it's better to go into heaven, enter into life with some body parts. He said everything will be salted, that's preserved with fire. Everything will be salted, that's preserved, saved through fire. Everything, including those who were born again. They're going to go through the fire too. But it says the second death has no power over them. You got the Epistle Peter talking about wood, hay, stubble, and precious gems and metal and silver and all your activities going through the fire, and all the wood, hay, and stubble, which is all the flesh stuff, gets burnt up. But all the precious metal is preserved. And some people won't have any precious metals. They'll just have their life. They'll be preserved. He's talking about the lake of fire. It says that the lake of fire the second death will not hurt the people who have been born again. It won't hurt them. It means that there won't be, when we're going through the lake of fire, it'll be a heartbreak. But a good heartbreak. It'll be a heartbreak. That's why all the bad people are standing outside the city. And who is the invitation for? Right after that, it says that there's an invitation. The Spirit says come. The bride says come. Who is that for? Who is that? I mean, it's right after everything is said and done. Who is that invitation for? If all you have is people in hell, people in the lake of fire, burning in agony for all time, and the people that are born again. Who's the invitation for? There's nobody left. So the invitation has to be for the ones who are in the lake of fire. And it also says that they will have their part in the lake of fire. I brought this up at the G-Man, my very first hangout with him. I said, why does it say they shall have their part in the lake of fire? Shouldn't it say they shall have their eternity? It just says part. That means they only spend a very limited amount of time there. Because it's for purification. And it says that He will wipe away their tears. Whose tears? If all the good people are in heaven, the only body that's got any tears are the people burning forever. He says, got to wipe away all tears. There's no tears in heaven. Whose tears are you wiping away? I mean, this is just insane. If you have this strict fundamentalist view, these verses are nuts. These verses make no sense. They don't make any sense at all. They don't.
Hey, you know what, Dave? You right, man. You sure enough right.
The only way they can make sense is if you ignore them.
If you admit yourself,
Yeah, just pretend that they're not there. They just pretend that, oh, that's just filler. It's just filler. It's just poetry to make it sound good. You know, I mean,
because I mean,
got
I
all
mean,
these
it's a
verses. They just don't make sense, man. They just don't make sense if there's eternal hell and all that. It just doesn't make sense at all.
but they always ignore the fact they always ignore the verses when people have seen God and they didn't die. Like I think it was like I want to say 72 elders. It's in the Bible. I don't have my notes with me right now, but it was 72 elders, and they seen God sat down and ate with them face to face. They chilled with them. Did they die? No.
Are you talking about the
And then
72?
when you show, say it again.
I don't know what elders you're talking about. You're talking about the Jewish elders?
Well, I don't have a Talmud, but or a Torah, but I'm just going off of the King James. But they sat down and ate with them, and they was able, they was well, not able, but they lived. So I mean, people who have these dogmatic beliefs, they ignore those verses, but they'll kick it to you like, oh, if you seen God face, you won't be able to live to tell it. But in the Bible, it says different. Because I mean, it's just like certain stories that I definitely look at, like the God of the Bible, Islamic and Judaism. They all condone death, rape, how you say it, pedophile. They condone pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? They condone murder.
Married to a 13-year-old girl, if I remember correctly, or was it a 9-year-old girl?
Shit, 9, 13, oh man, he know he know everything about the star, but he don't know about a undeveloped child. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Allah is actually a ancient god of the moon god.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
This is what I don't get about the Muslim faith. You know, it's like once in your lifetime, you said every good Muslim once in his lifetime is supposed to go to Mecca and spend what 2 or 3 days walking around in that circle around that stone.
Kaaba. Yeah, the Kaaba. But you know that's an off brand of Zoroastrianism, right? Zoroastrianism has this thing where they walk around the stone, but it had different gods on it. You get what I'm saying?
I remember hearing about that. But this is my point.
They don't never address it though. Go ahead, my bad.
Even if you didn't know about that stuff, this would be me. If I was like walking and I didn't know any better, if I was walking around this thing, I was like, I would like stop walking for a minute and like, I'd be like rubbing my chin and like just thinking to myself, I'm worshiping a goddamn rock. I mean, think about it. I'm worshiping a freaking rock. It doesn't even look like anything. At least, carve it up, make it look like something, man. At least that's a little better. But it's a rock. It's like somebody stubbed their toe. Oh, we can make this God. This be our God. This is Allah. Like, holy cow, I'm worshiping a freaking rock. How dumb can I be? Anyway, so, there's religion is stupid. God, religion is just dumb. Beyond dumb.
I mean, I agree with you to the utmost, man. I agree with you to the utmost. And
you need
like you said, man, it's just retarded, man.
You need a personal relationship with God, or forget it. You need a personal, private relationship where you talking to God, God talking to you. You know Him. You know each other. If you don't do that, then forget hit the whole thing, you got a religion. But if you have a personal faith, a relationship, that's a whole different thing.
I mean, just they so-called belief. It gives them room to justify what they do. And like you said, you got to be fucking retarded or out of your mind to really think like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just like I had told somebody about the Papyrus Bull of Demarcation, written by Alexander the, I want to say 5th or 6th. But in the Demarcation File, it says, hey, if you're not a Christian or a Catholic, you know what I'm saying, we can take your land, enslave you, or kill you. And then they say, where in the Bible does it say that? Well, it explains in the Bible that, hey, they will kill you, they will enslave you, they will murder you if you don't follow them. That's just like the Islamic tradition. It says it in their Bible, in their Quran. And Muhammad wrote a letter to the, I want to say the Abyssinians or Assyrian, I don't know which one it is, but he wrote a letter, basically like get down and lay down. Like if you're not down with us, we taking your shit. But people ignore those documentations written by the cultural, I'll say the corporal culturalist people of that dogmatic belief. But then they'll say, oh no, they're not real. They're not real Islam, or they're not real Christian, or they're not real Jews.
I don't know, don't you hate it when people say that stuff? It's so freaking retarded.
That's how you know you get.
What the heck?
I mean, that's how you know you got to beat.
What the heck is a real Christian? What I mean, everyone says this stuff. But, you know, when they say stuff like that, they're actually going by the warning of Apostle Paul, where it says that many shall creep in unawares. In the last days, many shall creep in unawares, bringing in damnable heresies, and basically creating an apostasy and creating a falling away. What they miss is the part where it says crept in unawares. And people like G-Man and a few others, they say, oh, this explains the Mormons, or this explains Jehovah's Witnesses, or this explains that group, or this group. No, you missed the part where it said crept in unawares. That means you don't know who they are. That means they're in your church. They're in your church. You don't know who they are. You are they're in their church, and you're getting doctrines out of this church that are damnable heresies. But you don't know where they came from.
Because Jesus said it himself. He said they will try to come in my name. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that, oh, it's going to be people claiming they are me. They're going to come in my name. And don't people say, I come to you in the name of Jesus Christ. They try to
and deceive many. And deceive many.
Exactly. And they try to make it seem like, oh, it's going to be a false prophet, etc., 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 etc. You know what I'm saying? It's not the case. That's not the case. They're not reading their own text correctly.
You know,
they're trying to twist it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say they just try to twist and turn it to their satisfaction. That's all I was saying. They try to twist it and turn it to their satisfaction.
You know yourself. You know your own experiences and stuff. Now, if you read the very last few verses of the book of Mark, there's a description there where it talks about the signs that follow an actual believer, which seems to contradict what Jesus said in Matthew chapter 7, where it says, "Not many shall come in my name, saying, Lord, Lord," and they say, "Didn't we cast out demons? Didn't we do this? Didn't we do that?" But in the book of Mark, it said that you will do those things. It says that the people who believe in Jesus, they'll be able to cast out devils. They'll be able to drink things that are like poison or something, and it won't hurt them. They'll be able to lay hands on the sick, and the sick will recover. They'll be able to speak in tongues. So this is what they was talking about when they was like trying to school Jesus. They were like, "Jesus, didn't we cast out these devils and do all these?" And Jesus didn't answer the question. In other words, no, they didn't. They just say they did. But if you really did That's why he didn't answer the question. Because if they did believe in Jesus, they would have been doing those things, and then they wouldn't have tried to make it be about what they did, it'd be about what Jesus did. And so in the book of Mark, he's saying that if you really are a true believer in Jesus Christ, what is it? That you're not gonna be one of these people that, oh, I'm a follower of Jesus, so I'm gonna go out and preach. No, if you're a follower of Jesus, you'll be casting out devils, you'll be speaking in tongues, you'll be healing the sick, you'll be, go ahead and preach if you want to, but just preaching isn't it. Okay, and we all know if we've really done these things or not. I mean, we're alone with God. We know if we've done these things or not. We know if we actually done these things or we're just saying we did. Like, I know I've spoken in tongues. I know I've received prophecies. I know what I know. And no Christian fundamentalist is going to tell me different. No, convince me anyway, because I know my life. I know what I've lived through. So that's what they want to ignore other parts of the Bible. They say, well, we're going to go by this Bible, but then they want to ignore other parts of the Bible which seem to refute some of the stuff that they're about. Like G-Man, he's saying that his ministry, his self-proclaimed ministry, his preaching the choir ministry, is about correcting, rebuking, pointing out the false teachers of the last days. And that's just another way of saying that he gets to judge people. That's just a cleaned up, sanctified way of saying that he gets to be a judge, because that's what he gets off on. Because that's what he gets off on doing. He gets off on bringing people into his channel and just saying, well, you're wrong and you're wrong and you're wrong. Oh, look in the dang mirror, buddy. Because that's not what it's about. That's not what his ministry is. A joke. Because nobody takes him seriously. He gets caught with egg in his face all the time. Oh, so what he did in one hangout? He was saying that he's going to have a hangout, but he's tired of people not talking in his hangout. That's because, at least for a week or so that I'm aware of, some people go in his hangout and they would be very cautious in how they would chime in, because G-Man has a very bad habit of booting people, muting them if you don't like what you're saying. If he doesn't like, I mean, I'm not talking about like you being rude. I mean, you're just saying stuff that he doesn't like. In other words, contradicting him. He doesn't like that, so he'll boot and mute. So people that come into his hangouts, go in there because they know he's controversial, but they're trying to be cautious in how they word things and how they say things, because they don't want to get muted and booted, because he will do that. Now he's saying if you don't come in and you don't say anything, that he'll kick you. So if you say anything, he'll kick you. If you don't say anything, he'll kick you. The man's nuts. The man's gone insane.
Kind of like I'm right, you're wrong, you're wrong, and I'm right.
Yeah, no matter what. And that's not the gospel, man. That's not. What about talking about Jesus, man? What about talking what Jesus has done? Or even having a hangout where you just say, okay, let's just talk about Jesus' miracles and stuff. Well, like, isn't it cool that he fed all those people? Isn't it cool? Isn't it wonderful the things he did? Or maybe it's done in your life. Maybe let's talk about that.
Yeah, instead of pushing the fact that Jesus walked across the water, believe it. Everybody know you can't walk across no damn water, man. They're fucking drown.
Trying to say, well, we're going to prove God. I'm going to prove God. You don't prove God. Well, this is answered prayer. This answered prayer argument is retarded. Do you know how I know God answered prayers? Have you heard his answered prayer argument? The God either says yes, maybe, or not now, like a magic 8-ball. That's how God answers prayers. But God has never answered my prayers like that. You know how God answers my prayers? He's actually said or did something.
And it's like with most people that I know, man. So they look for a job and they be praying, God, please help me get this job. Please help me get this job. And one of their friends help them get hired. They don't never think they friend. They always thanking God.
Yeah, how about thanking
They
God and
friend.
your friend? How about thanking your friend too?
Yeah, exactly, man. They'll never thank the friend for helping them get the job. You know what I'm saying? They always, I'm gonna thank God. You know what I'm saying? God gave me the job. When your friend actually the one who put in the work and has spent the years putting in the work to get a
No,
position to
I'll tell
where
you
he
how
can say,
God's going to answer a prayer. I'll tell you God's going to answer a prayer. He's going to make it so that some criminals steal a safe and ditch it in a dumpster so that they don't get caught with it to come back for it later, and then I find it, and I might be able to like crack it open a little bit and peek inside and see that there's money in it. Take it home, spend 2 or 3 days breaking into it, and then get the money out. That's how God answers my prayer. That's how J-Man God answered his prayer when he needed money. He couldn't have someone write him a check or show up and hand him money. He's got to have a bunch of thieves. God's got to make a bunch of thieves steal a safe and ditch it so that he can find it. That's how God answers G-Man's prayers. Yeah.
I'm gonna get Joe Theft down the street to get Joe Theft down the street to tell you I sent you that blessing. You know what I'm saying?
I
That's
mean,
just like
yeah,
I was asking who wrote it.
God made some thieves steal, so, and then arranges so G-Man gets it. Screw the poor bastard that lost his money.
Hey,
Anyway,
I don't like to hear that, man.
but, he thinks that somebody threw the safe out. No one's gonna throw a safe out with $3,000 in it. Oh, that safe got stolen, man. Everybody knows this, but him. I don't. If the story's true, I don't know if it's true. And there's lots of things. You listen to these funnies enough, and you just bust up laughing. Like, you can't possibly believe that. It's like, come on. You're just trying to justify your sin.
And like I told someone before. I said, man, they asked me, do I believe that God sins? I was like, yo, he's the first one that committed a sin. And it was like, well, how did he commit a sin? I was like, well, didn't he tell Adam that y'all was surely gonna die if y'all ate of that apple? And when Eve came across the serpent, you know what I'm saying? The serpent told her, he said, nah, you ain't gonna die. So so she ate the apple and took it to Adam, and they ate it. And did they die? No, they didn't die.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? So he lied.
They did eventually die, but
I mean, they eventually died later on in life, but he was saying like you would surely die. Like,
well, when God said it, or Yahweh said it, which I don't believe Yahweh.
Yahweh.
I believe Yahweh was an angelic being, but to impersonate God, not to represent God. But when God said it, you will begin to die. That's the translation is you will start dying. And when Satan said it, he said die as in you drop dead. So technically Satan was speaking the truth, but he was doing it deceptively. That's how Satan lies. He makes a lie sound truthful by putting so much truth in it you can't really see the lie. So technically Satan was telling the truth.
Yeah, he was telling the truth, but at the same time, like you said, he might have been lying. At the same time, God lied too, but he wasn't technically lying. You know what I'm saying? But he did lie. He didn't expound on it.
He was being a lawyer. He was being a lawyer, and that's what a lot of these fundamentalists do. They lawyer things. They lawyer things into stupidity. Because when you say something and they take you out of the spirit of what you said and they try to get you a lawyer into it because they're trying to argue and win the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what fun.
But we can use the story that we just got finished talking about when he said no man has ever seen God, but we just went over that. It's a couple people that seen God, and they were still living, walking amongst other human beings.
They lived 1,000 years according to the story.
Exactly.
But it was like Yahweh said, you'll start dying, and it just took 1,000 years to do it. And in that day, there's also in the Epistle of Peter, it says the day is 1,000 years, 1,000 years is a day. Of course, that. So I think there's another mention of that in Psalms somewhere, but I don't remember where. But so within 1,000 years, Adam did die, and that's the day in God's sight. So yeah, and not only that, God kept man from eating of the tree of life, which was supposed to which would have fixed what his problem was. So, if he didn't kick the man out of the garden, he said that Adam would have went to the tree of life and ate the fruit and lived forever. So he didn't want that to happen, so he kicked him out, which is a puzzlement, because why, if God cared for man's best interest, wouldn't that have been his best interest to say, hey, you ate of this tree of knowledge of good and evil, now you're dying. Up here, eat this so that it won't happen anymore, because you ate poison, basically. Here's the antidote to poison. But God didn't want that, because he needed it to happen. That's why he had the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the first place. Is because when he told Adam and Eve, when he told Adam not to eat of it, he didn't say if you eat it. He said in the day. In other words, this is another way of saying when you eat of it. He's giving them props. He's basically saying he's going to do it. He says in the day, not if in the day. He just says in the day, as if he's stating a fact. In fact, like you're going to eat it, but in the day that you do, you're going to die. He doesn't say, well, don't eat this because you might die. He didn't say it that way. So there's so many. I can't discuss this stuff with a phone. You try to make one point, and then they just get all lawyery on you. They get all lawyery on you. You can't make your points. They lawyer your initial point into nonsense. They just lawyer it. And really, all they've done is made themselves look ridiculous. You can't say up is up with these people. You can't. They won't let you. Because you can't get through the granite in their head. You just find more granite.
But look at man, I'm nice talking to y'all. I'm gonna get up out of here. Hopefully when I get around.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to leave. I gotta get back to work myself. I got things I gotta do. Well, this was a very nice hangout. I'm surprised Brett wasn't here, and so I guess actually it was quite pleasant. I enjoyed talking to you. Nick, is it?
Yes, Nick.
Okay, Nick. Well, Nick, it's nice meeting you, man.
I mean, you too.
What's your channel, man? I might subscribe to you, man. What's your channel?
Tell you the truth, I don't even have a channel. I don't even have a channel.
Okay. Well, mine's my. You can talk to me or comment on any of my videos anytime you want to. I'm gonna
send you a what's the name? I'm send you a request for the follow.
I'm gonna go. See you guys later. Have fun. Have a good conversation. Have fun talking to each other. Bye.
Alright. Add you to my circle. I'm gonna add you to my circle. What is that? There we go. Add to circle. Right. There we go. Peace.
Did you want to discuss this, Benny, or? You already won. For anybody else, Benny and I have been discussing for the last few days about the moral implications of killing 20,000 captured children in Numbers, I think it is Numbers 31, and I've been basically declaring that this is an immoral action in the Bible, and that you can't justify it. But Benny has been saying that it is justifiable, and but he's just told me that he's won the debate. So
Were they all killed?
yeah, pretty much they were captured children, and they were basically put to the sword.
So no one was
And
left
some
alive.
scholars put the numbers at around 20,000.
So not all of them were killed.
Yeah. All the boy children, and all the women who had known a man. So that would be pregnant women, all that sort of stuff. All killed, and the girls kept. And my point was that from a moral standpoint, you cannot justify that action. It is horrendous, but because it's in the Bible, then Benny is somehow having to justify it.
Mm-hmm.
Benny, do you have a mic? Can we talk, or are you just going to type? Oh, okay.
Maybe he knew something was going to happen that we don't. That's the only possibility.
Yeah, but isn't it an excuse? I mean, so you kill 20,000 children because of what might happen.
Well, they didn't. They weren't really killed. Their body was.
That's sort of another excuse where you're saying, well, they're better off dead.
Compared to
And
what,
then
though?
land.
I mean, God had knowledge that if they were left alive, maybe something bad or even worse could have happened.
Do you think that that's a valid excuse for sort of just going hell for leather and killing 20,000 captured children? Do you think that's okay?
Yeah, in that instant.
Okay. And this basically gets back to my crux about why I brought this up, and it's that I don't think any religious-based view has the high ground on morality. I think it fails on so many levels. I think not having a religious view is the better path to a moral outlook. I mean, I might be wrong, but it just seems that from my perspective, the religious person doesn't make decisions based on right, wrong, moral, or immoral. You have orders. You follow orders. So the horrendous nature of an action doesn't really come into it. You've just got to do it because you're under the impression that this God that you've decided to worship, that's his will. So do it. Well, as an atheist, I have a perfectly decent explanation for moral behaviour from such sciences as anthropology and evolution and all that sort of stuff. Can you prove objective morality? I don't really think there's any objective morality. I think, in a way, morality is subjective to the social structures it's relevant to. What happens when you present me to everyone? Does that sort of put my picture up or something? Oh, okay. Sorry.
That being said, if I was going to deliberately focus on practical, I would probably have to say, like,
Yeah, I'll have to read that in context and see what it says.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It basically revolves around, I think it was the Midnights, I'm not sure, but the war started because some of the women enticed some of the Israelite men, made them do rude things, so Moses decided it was time to wipe them all out. But he didn't exactly wipe them all out, he kept all the virgins, so as you do. Spoils of war. Yeah, that's my other pseudonym. I started Google Plus. Do I still go in the Shock of Gods? I haven't been able to get in the Shock of Gods room. I don't know whether it's a problem on my end, but yeah, I never sort of. I've been trying, but I haven't been able to get in there for about a year. So they have a new room, do they? Okay. If I find it, I'll go in and have a look. But I don't mind this format. I'm pretty new to Google, these Hangouts, and I don't mind this format. Yeah.
Hey you guys, what's the conversation? Hey, what's the topic of conversation?
Well, I've been trying to convince everybody that killing 20,000 captured children in numbers is an immoral thing to do, and nobody seems to agree with me. So.
And you're an atheist?
Yeah. Yep.
And what has been the explanation thus far?
It revolves around that's what you do in war, therefore it's okay. That seems to be the crux of it. Or bad things were going to happen to them anyway, so just kill them.
Um, well, I'm a Christian myself, and can you hear me okay?
Sorry, yep, I can hear you.
So there's a couple of things to address with those kinds of questions. The first one would be if you're allowing for a God who has created these beings in the first place, does that God have the authority to this to bring, if he has the authority, the ability to bring people into existence, does he have the authority to take people out of existence? That would be the first question. And he has given us some type of measure of morality, a way to say it would be wrong to just completely kill these people for no reason, even though I am God and have the ability and the authority. It would still be immoral for him to just do it for any reason. So in the Bible, what we find is that it's always a judgment of sin that is the reason for killing or instructing to kill. Whether it's Israel killing another people of another nation, or when parts of Israel are instructed to kill other people in Israel, it's because of their sin.
I suppose that brings me to the point, my whole point of why I brought this up, and that's that in the end, I don't think you can actually have a valid moral code through religious theology, because in the end you have to sort of follow orders of this God that you believe exists and that you've chosen to worship. The morality of the situation doesn't come into it. There is no right, there is no wrong, there is no moral, there is no immoral. There is just orders, and you follow that. There is no morality in religion of such. While as a non-religious person, I have a greater grip on morality.
Well, that's what I just explained, is that they were sinning, and so God instructed the people to go kill them because they were sinning. And God even postponed the judgment 400 years before he told them, okay, their sin has gotten so great, it is a righteous judgment for you to kill them.
But doesn't he sort that out after death anyway? I mean, did he kill them then in sin and therefore condemn them to hell? Do you know what I mean? Or doesn't he sort it out when they die of natural causes? Why the mass genocide?
Because at that time, Jesus had not died for sins. So what you find is that in the Old Testament, the first instance where God kills for sin is basically the Noah's flood, where God himself killed all the people of the earth. So God himself killed. After that, when he gives the law to Israel, that's where you see him commanding people to go out and kill that nation, go out and kill that nation. So now God is not the one killing directly, but he's instructing humans to kill other humans based on God's judgments. So that's the second stage. This is the sacrificial system, where God tells you, if a person is committing adultery, I give you the authority to kill them. Or he says, if it's a lesser sin, you can kill an animal in place of a human for that particular sin. So that's the second stage. But the third stage was when Jesus died. And so now, instead of people having to die for their own sin or kill animals for their sins over and over, day after day, Jesus is the perfect atonement for sin, where he dies one time for all people, and whoever accepts his death on their behalf is forgiven of sins. So we don't have that occurring anymore. That's why God isn't instructing people to go out and kill nation, a bunch of people at this point, because Jesus has paid for sin. But to get back to your question about why does he not wait for natural causes, and doesn't it all get handled at judgment time? In the Old Testament, I don't know if they went directly to hell if they died in that state. I can't answer that question. Especially for the children, I know that's not the case. So even if the children were collateral damage when the adults were being punished, I don't believe that the children were sinful and were being killed as part of that, and so they were going to hell. So to answer your question, I couldn't say for sure either way that they were going to hell when they were judged at that time.
Well, were they killed in their sin? Had they repented at all? Had they sacrificed anything? Were they killed in their sin?
Yes.
And what does that entail, given your religious views?
Well, there's going to be a day of judgment at the end. So I couldn't say, that's what I'm saying, I couldn't say either way that they are going to hell. We will all be raised up for judgment.
Because, I mean, basically, my understanding of Christianity and the theology behind it is those people are in hell. You killed somebody in their sin when they haven't repented, they're in hell.
Well, the Bible tells us that people will be raised up for judgment at the end. So.
Well, they're in hell now, aren't they? Has that happened?
That's not. I'd have to see the Bible that says people are in hell right now, being tortured, and their judgment has already come. You see what I'm saying? I'd have to see where it says that those people are already ahead of the curve with their judgment.
Fair enough. But no, I just don't think I get continuously told by theists that I can't possibly be a moral person or have a grasp of morality, because basically I'm an atheist, and you need God to have this morality for you. While on the other hand, I think our social structures and that deem our morality.
Well, when a Christian says that to you, what they're trying to say, if they're not saying it directly, what they're trying to say is that your morality as Tony, as an atheist, may be different from Bill's morality as an atheist, and which one is correct, or is there a need for one to be correct? All that's being said is that there's going to be variation. So how can they both be objective in that sense?
There will, to a certain extent, but we are a social species. We live within social groups. That's how we survive. And nurturing that social structure helps us to survive. And that comes with a certain set of behaviours that we've labelled moral and immoral. Do you understand where I'm coming from? There is a key to survival, and that's looking after the group dynamic.
Right, again, so looking after the group dynamic for one group might mean a set of rules that's different from, preserving the group over here with their rules. So all that's being said is that it's going to be not a rubber ruler, but it's just going to be, it could be completely opposite as far as what one considers moral and the other one.
Well, we'll always be able to pick certain situations where we'll look at it and we'll say that's immoral compared to what we think. But I think basically what I'm offering is an explanation of moral, the rise of what we call moral behaviour, and it comes directly from our social structures, and it comes directly from the fact that we're social beings and we need to congregate to survive. Yes, there will be differences. There will be, is it immoral to, cover your women from top to bottom, just leaving their eyes? I don't know. Yeah, some societies think it's okay. There will always be those differences, but that it sort of explains all the things that you consider objective morals as well, like raping children. You can't do that if you want to preserve a group dynamic. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Of course, I understand what you're saying. Obviously, but I have to disagree from the naturalistic perspective. Like, if I'm an atheist, I can't agree all the way. So here's what I mean by that. So, do you believe that humans and animals are all the same. So that basically, you believe humans are animals.
We belong to kingdom Animalia, given our phylogenetic sort of classification. Yes.
Okay. So, like, do you feel it's okay for a human to kill another human to eat them?
No. How does that preserve the social structure that I was just talking about? Do you understand?
Okay.
You can't just go up and randomly kill somebody, because that's exactly opposite of what I've just been talking about.
But why is it wrong for me to kill that person and eat them?
Because we've developed sets of behaviors that preserve the social structure. Randomly killing people tends to mess that social structure up, especially for yourself.
Okay. Is it okay for the lion to go and kill some other animal to eat it?
Yeah.
And why is that okay?
Because that's their social structure. And hang on, I've got a little girl in here. Hang on.
Okay.
Sorry. That's their society, and it really has nothing to do with the way we structure our society. You're sort of comparing apples and oranges.
No, but if we all evolved, why is it now different for what one animal gets to do versus another animal?
Because we have a much more complex, sophisticated social structure that revolves around a lot of other things. And look, is it okay for the lion to kill in nature? Yes, it is, because within that, it's not a moral question. It's a question of balance. It's not about morality and immorality when animals kill animals to eat. It's apples and oranges.
But you just said humans are animals. So if humans kill humans to eat them, why do you have to come into what me, as my own being, am doing to some other guy?
Do you agree that our society and our social structures are much more complex than the lion's?
Yes and no. So here's what I mean by that. If it's just me and another guy on an island, we're the only people that exist, and I decide I'm gonna kill him and eat them. Kill him and eat him. Is that okay? And what? Because that's not gonna mess up any social structure. There's no other humans involved. It's just me and this one other person.
Isn't it? Is that not going to mess up the social structure? You are going to spend the rest of your life then alone, and as far as surviving, you'll probably go a little bit insane and die, and nobody will remember you. End of line.
I mean, that's not. You're assuming that I'm going to go insane, or you're making that assumption, as far as
yeah.
But I'm just asking you on a moral basis, why is it wrong for me to kill that guy instead of a lion killing another animal?
You've got two people on an island, so you've got a very small social structure. It's got complexity. You have interactions. You might even be friends. You might even survive better together with hunting, gathering, fixing up things, and all that sort of stuff. If one of the other guy kills the other one, does that not impact on the social structure?
Well, there's no more social structure to talk about when the guy's dead.
Exactly. You've just doubled your workload, maybe tripled it, and the chances of you surviving have reduced dramatically.
No, the other guy was eating all the food, right? And now that he's gone out of the picture, I get more food for myself.
Okay. Then you did the right thing.
Well, but okay. So, that's. All right. Here's the last question
No,
on that idea.
hang on. Like we could go hypotheticals all day. I mean, oh, the other guy had leprosy and you didn't want to catch it. The other guy was a sociopath. You didn't want to catch it. Yeah, we could do hypotheticals all day.
Here's the last question. Is it okay for you to kill an animal to eat it?
I think yes.
Why is that?
Once again, we have survival. I'm a carnivore. If
You can survive
you know,
off of vegetables.
sorry.
You can survive off of just vegetables and fruits.
Yeah, I know, and that's why that's maybe a question. Is it about morality, immorality? I've killed an animal to eat it. Is that inherently an immoral prospect? I don't think so. Am I killing it for fun? Then that says more about me.
Well, you're messing up the social structure for that animal and its family group and things like that.
Yeah, but it depends. Once again, we're back to the question: am I being part of the balance of nature, where predators and prey are very important to the whole ecosystem?
You don't have to kill the animal, and there are other ways to preserve the balance rather than you taking the life of that animal without its consent.
All right. Well, okay. Well, I won't kill the animal. Basically, I don't. But I still don't think it's a moral question. I think it's just a base question of survival. And if you need to, you need to.
See, and that's why we're saying there's an issue with how you have to construct your moral, paradigm, because once we say that humans are animals, we say that we all evolved from a non-living matter into living matter. So it's just atoms that are put together in a certain way to either make a chicken or a human or a banana or whatever. So there wasn't anything intrinsically with the first life, right? That first single-celled organism that said, I have moral obligations to whatever, blah, blah, blah. So at this point, for whatever reason, the atheist or the materialist, the naturalist, has to figure out a way to say that humans are animals, but then separate humans from animals when it comes to moral duties, and then interactions with the animals. We seem to be superior, and there's a lack of regard for, the desires or whatever you'd call that, the well-being of the animal when we kill the chicken or kill the cow or to eat it. So it'd be better for you in this argument to have been a vegetarian so that you could take your position more authentically. But because you are a meat eater, you have to try to justify your killing of another living being in some way that's compatible with this, this view that says it's not okay for human animals to kill human animals at the same time as it's okay for you as a human animal to kill other kinds of animals, because you've already said that it's okay for animals, quote unquote, to kill other animals. So it's it's just pointing out that funky situation where humans have to be special in some way and then not special in some other way.
I don't think questions about the food chain and predator prey are essentially moral questions. Then the morality doesn't apply.
When I ask you if it's okay for humans to kill humans, for whatever reason it becomes a moral issue. But if I ask you if humans can kill any one of the other 99% of living things on the planet, it's no longer a moral question.
No. It depends why. If they're doing it for the survival, and they're doing it in concert with nature. I mean, I'm not going to say that our Australian Aboriginals were immoral because they killed and cooked kangaroos. That's just ridiculous.
But if they killed and cooked a member of another tribe and ate him,
then that
for survival.
that the
Because there was no other
survival.
food. Right, because there was no other food source available at the time. But they had a captive, and they decided to eat him.
So we're back into hypotheticals now. I mean, no. In that instance, is that a moral thing to do? Is there any other food source? Are you capturing other people? Our social structures have deemed that cannibalism is not on.
Whose social structures? Because there are cannibals that still exist today.
Hold on. Let
Well,
me ask you a question. Did you just say cannibalism is not wrong, or I misunderstood you?
Who are you? That's for me.
No. To Tony. My bad. I was speaking. I probably heard you wrong.
No, we're talking about a specific sort of situation where, from our social perspective, cannibalism is wrong.
Okay. And yes, cannibalism is wrong. It's wrong to the utmost because you're killing someone else. I mean, as far as killing, like you said earlier, would you say that Aboriginal Australia killing another animal to survive, is it wrong? No, it's not wrong. I just posted a link, and it's talking about how a lot of our ancestors were not vegans. So, I mean,
Well, no, because we've worked out that cooked protein is very good for us. We actually build muscles, we thrive, and all that sort of stuff. So cooked protein is very good for the human species. We don't have to kill each other.
nah. I mean, it's European culture that they didn't have. They was damn near on their last leg, and they was basically killing each other and eating each other. I mean, you have different cultures like that.
But once again, back to my argument about social structures. If you got to a point where you're on a planet that has no other food sources except each other, you're gonna die out. You're gonna kill each other, eat each other, and that's it. You're done. And it goes back to my original point that this is about the survival of our species, which has led to certain behaviours that we've labelled immoral and moral, and they seem to revolve around maintaining social structure.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you to the utmost. I mean, you have different cultures like, and you ever heard of the Tessilian cave art? The Tessilian cave art is it shows on the wall that these people were asking for rain, and due to the fact that they didn't get rain or the vegetation stopped growing, they died out. So it's all, like you said, it's all about survival. And if you can't survive, adapt to the change, then you're gonna die. That's why evolution is very, very, very important. Because if you adapt to the change, you will die. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna see can I find this other post that I can post in the link. Y'all can check that. Y'all can check the link that I drop out. I'm gonna find this other post.
So James, basically my question to you would be, like, how do you account for the development of moral behaviour, given what I've sort of specified about religious theology and its inability to sort of really create a proper moral framework? I think he's gone. He'll be back.
What was your question, though? I didn't catch it. I was looking for something else.
Yeah, no, that's good. I basically wanted James. No, he's gone. Doesn't matter.
But still, I want to hear the question.
I was just asking James, how does he account for the rise of moral behaviour in our species from a religious point of view? I don't think you can. I don't think within religion you have a God that you worship, and morality, immorality, right and wrong don't come into it. All you have is order through that God's will. Don't make decisions based on any sort of idea of right and wrong. You just follow orders, and it leads to usually, and what we've seen throughout history, we've seen the most horrendous crimes just inflicted on humanity because that's the will of God. So I don't think from a religious point of view you can account for morality.
I mean, even in the Bible, you got folks, you had certain Israelites eating their children, and they try to justify certain things with their religion, man. That's what me and, I think his name is David, we was talking about earlier. They try to use their religion to back up their way of life. When it's not a way of life, it's kind of like a misleading way of life.
It tends to just be making excuses for horrendous behaviour, and back then that's what they did. And I'm finding the common theme these days is that Christian apologists have to somehow excuse that behaviour because it's in their holy text, usually ordered by their God. So they have to somehow find a way that was okay, when we know from everything we know now that sort of behaviour is not okay, ever.
Yeah, and like I said, you're correct. Also, again, man, it's a lot of like I said, me and David was talking about this earlier. They use it to justify everything that they do. But then when you come to them with, hey, this is some facts, and these are actual facts, they don't take into account to that. They look upon it like it's an abomination, when actually the way they are living, or the dogmatic culture that they're following is an abomination way of life. I mean, they have. There's nothing wrong with being a Christian, Muslim, or a Jew. Just don't make it seem like this is the one and only way. And that's the big problem that I have with a lot of folks. I mean, because I use science, I use mathematics, I use linguistics, I use archaeological sites, I use paleontology. I mean, I can keep going on and on. But as soon as you bring these things up to them, it's like, nah, that's not what the Bible says. But your Bible doesn't give a clear answer to a lot of things. Because it's just like the lady tried to argue with me about, it talks about the evolution of the earth inside the Bible. And I said, well, show it to me. She says Genesis 2. Then she tried, and it says something about the mist or the waters or something, man. I really don't even remember. But I was like, nah, that's totally false. You ain't even talking about the evolution of the earth. So I took it to the Papyrus of Tamahu with Gad and Newt, and how they was once together. And we all know that at one point the earth did not have an atmosphere, but due to the earth's evolution, it had to evolve into the atmosphere with certain how you want to say it, with certain events. So you're right, man. They try to push their dogmatic beliefs upon other people, like they just have it all.
Exactly, and I think in the end, I don't think you can justify their creation myth, and you can't separate it from any other creation myth. Given the evidence that they think is okay and that they're going to use, their creation myth is just one of thousands, and they've chosen to say, well, this is the way it happened, when they've got basically no real facts to back that up. I mean, why not, once again, why not believe the Aboriginal Australian one? Why not believe the Celt one? Why not believe, there's 1,000 creation myths you can believe in, but it's just because of their country of birth, that's the one they believe in.
Exactly. I mean, it's like the Zulus. The Zulus have a myth that they use, an oral tradition, saying that Kulu Kulu came from a plant. He grew from a plant, walked upon the earth as a man, and then he started creating things. I mean, it's truth and falsehood put together. You have the Hazard tribe. They talk about their ancestors being large, hairy beings for the first epic. Then the second epic says they lose their hair, and the first epic says that they were large, hairy beings. They couldn't create fire, and they stayed in trees. The second epic goes into they lost their hair, they started creating fire, and they started making tools. The third epic was they started building, they mastered the bow and arrow technique, and the fourth epic was what they are today. Now, these are people who, I'm not gonna say they didn't have science back then, but these are people who have been out of connect with the so-called world that we're in today with technology, and they know about evolution. So like you said, it's all about the culture that you're in. So, I mean, like I said, Tony, man, you're right.
I mean, we're led to believe that the way it really happened was Adam and Eve. Adam came into being as a fully formed adult, molded from the dust of the earth, and Eve was a product of his rib. And that was the first woman, and how is that any less ridiculous than a lot of other creation myths? I mean, am I really expected to believe that that's the way it happened?
I mean, I don't believe into it because I ain't never seen no man give birth to no woman. So I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that dogmatic traditional, whatever you want to call it, man. To me, it's just out of whack, out of mind, out of sight. It's not, like I said, they try to push it upon other people like they have it all. They try to push it upon people like they have it all, but they really don't. And people have to understand that, because you have to deal with science, man. You can't just push a religion views on anyone. You can't push religion at all. The religion doesn't prove anything. It just proves the mind of a culture that religion comes from.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hey Jane, what's going on?
What's up? For Tony, I'm sorry I left in the middle of the cannibalism question that I posed to you. My computer closed down, but The question was, and I don't know how far you guys have gone in the conversation, but the question was, there are people who cannibalize now, and so as far as their social structures and how evolution has led them to partake in cannibalism, how do you feel about that?
I was thinking about that while you were gone. Are you sure it's an evolutionary thing, or is it some ritual based on some misguided religious belief that they're eating their enemies or they're eating other people? Why are they doing it?
Is there anything that are animals' behaviors results of evolution?
Yes.
So are humans' actions the result of evolution?
Yes.
So that's the answer to your question.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose, have they developed some misguided religious belief that is making them justify killing and eating so-called enemies?
If that's what evolution has led them to do, then yes.
But I mean, you know, I think your religious perspective is a result of the anthropology and evolution as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could always go back to evolution, or social evolution and such.
You have to.
Yeah. Because let's face it, I mean, it basically, religion came from a fact that we don't have the answers to some of the big questions.
If there's a tendency among humans to believe in some deity or the sun god or whatever, if that tendency is chalked up to evolution, and then that's what it is. Evolution did it.
Well, more exactly, anthropology has shown us that, hasn't it? That we tend to make stuff up when we haven't got something on the other side of the equal sign.
And do cats do that? Do apes do that? Is that unique to humans? Either way, isn't it evolution that has done that?
It seems to be. I honestly can't sort of comment on cat society because I don't know what they're thinking. But yeah, it seems to be.
So then, as far as them cannibalizing, is it okay if that's part of their social structure and how they work?
Not given our social structure, but go ahead, Nick.
Well, you were answering. You said not given our social structure. So that's what you're again having to come down to is that it's okay for them, but we disagree.
Is it okay though? I mean,
well, that's what evolution.
Like I'm not saying that the system I'm proposing is perfect. Don't ever think that. Human beings do some really strange, twisted stuff, and we find excuses for doing that strange, twisted stuff. Now, if somebody's deciding to eat other people, I don't think it'll work for them in the long run, but, our system isn't perfect. We do bad things.
Yeah, like there's so many animals that kill and eat, Yeah, it happens. It's part of the animal kingdom.
But I suppose I would put it back on you. If my explanation is so lacking, what is your explanation?
Well, I don't see, number one, humans as being animals, right? So for you see the humans as animals and it's all equal and we all are descendants of one common ancestor. So whatever separation that you're bringing forward is from that evolution, is somehow after evolution has taken place, and I don't know, whatever consciousness or cognitive abilities humans have developed or somehow separate us in certain instances. But for me, the Bible tells us that God created humans in His image, and animals are under the dominion of humans. So humans are above animals and have the authority to kill animals. And it wasn't even always that way, actually. So God didn't instruct us to eat animals until after Noah's flood. So that's 1,600 years after humans had been on the planet that God said, okay, now I'm now giving you the authority to kill and eat animals as well as fruits and vegetables and things like that. So to answer your question, I can separate humans' interactions with other humans from animals' interactions with other animals because the Bible has indicated that humans are special.
All right. You said that. For one, you said that God had told man that we had dominion over all animals, right?
Correct.
All right. Men learn, well, woman and man, humans learn from the animals. We had to observe nature. So who's to say that we are above them? We're only apex predators, meaning that we are able to create weapons to protect ourselves.
Tony asked me from my perspective why. How do I explain the rationality of whether it's right or wrong for humans to kill other humans or not, or for animals to kill other animals, or for humans to kill animals? And I was just explaining to Tony that based on the Bible, I don't have a problem. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about apex predation based on a naturalistic worldview. I'm explaining why humans are above animals from the biblical perspective.
We're not above the animals. We learn
but I'm saying
from
the biblical. No, I'm saying from the biblical perspective.
Yeah, I understand, which is a cultural book. But see, you have chimpanzees who attack each other. You know what I'm saying? They plot on each other. I can show you a video. Say it again.
Tony was asking me what does Christianity say? So I was explaining to him what Christianity says.
Oh, okay. I got you. But still, though, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's a cultural book. You know what I'm saying? So it's just someone's belief. It's like it's not written by God or men inspired by God. It's the minds of that culture. You get what I'm saying?
Guys, I'm just going to have to nip off for a little while. I'll be back in a tick, okay?
All right. Did you have a response to what I said, Tony?
Back in a little while.
Okay.
What'd you say, Jane?
So for you, Nick, how do you believe life started on this planet?
But I can't hear you.
How do you believe life started on this planet?
To be honest, everything comes from a eukaryotic cell, which multiplied and elevated to something more.
Where did that come from, though?
With the eukaryotic cell, it came from you could say somewhat of a meteorite, or you know what I'm saying, a catastrophic, you know what I'm saying, a catastrophic event that happened before any life was on the planet Earth.
So you believe that non-living matter made living matter on its own?
Well, you got to be careful, because oxygen is a type of life form. You have different gases. That's a type of life form.
No, that's a molecule. That's not life.
No, it's still a life form, though. It's life form. Don't you know you are created? You are created from the 6 components of. You have 6 elements that you're created from, and I'm not talking about water, earth, wind, and fire. I'm talking about carbon, sulfuric, prosperous. I think that's how you say it.
Can oxygen die?
Huh?
Can oxygen die?
You said who?
Can oxygen die?
I can't hear you. You gotta talk. Hold on. Let me mute myself out first.
Can oxygen die?
No.
So then, how is it a life form if it can't die?
It can be depleted.
So then, why are you calling it a life form if it doesn't have life?
First of all, like I said, you got to be careful when you say life. You got to be
You
careful
said
because
life.
when you describe life, life is not just what we are. Life is all around you. Because even when you die, you still create other life. You help out other life. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with that.
Sure. So I mean, so for me, I don't believe that a meteor created me or you. So that's, I understand that's your view, but I don't believe that I came from a rock. I don't believe that I came from a rock. If you believe that you came from a meteor, then that's fine. But I don't believe I came from a rock.
I didn't say you came from a meteor. I didn't say that we came from a meteor. I said everything started from a eukaryotic cell. Because if you trace your DNA back far enough, you will connect yourself with the universe. So no matter how you look at it, you are a part of the universe. Now, I understand that you don't believe in evolution. You know what I'm saying? But evolution is all around you. Evolution is everything.
Yeah, I don't believe that we can, because you're not telling me where the cell came from. And so all I'm saying is whatever you're saying that cell came from, whether it's dirt or gas or whatever, I don't believe it's possible for gas or dirt or rocks to become living matter on its own. The way the Bible explains it to us is that
Well,
God.
in the Bible, it says that you are made from the dust of the earth. So you are
Exactly.
connected with the. Hold on. Listen, what I'm going to say. You are connected with the earth, and the earth is connected with the universe. So no matter how you try to get around it, you still connected with the universe. And what's in the universe? You have different meteorites. You have different life forms. So you're gonna end right back up at the same spot where I just came from.
You cut me off before I finished what I was going to say.
Oh, my
Is that
bad. Go ahead.
hmm So I don't believe that non-living matter produced living matter. I don't believe gas, dirt, and rocks made life on its own. What the Bible tells us is that God took the dust and made life. So you believe that it happened on its own, which I find impossible. But the Bible tells us that it took an intelligent being to take the dust and make humans and life and plants and everything else.
Well, like I told you earlier, man, that's cultural book that you're reading from. Now, if I may ask you a question, who wrote the Bible?
The Bible is 66 books written by 40 different people over about 2,000 years.
Hold on. Stop right there. Hold on, we're gonna take our time with this. You said for about 2,000 years ago, right? Now, those 2,000 years ago, this is when Jesus was born. So it can't be 2,000 years ago. Well, I'm not saying that he existed, but you're talking about when Jesus was born. So you have to go back farther than that.
What I said was the Bible was written by 40 different authors over 2,000 years. So what I'm saying is it was written over a 2,000 year period. So you would go from the year zero and you'd go back about 2,000 years. So that, let's say it started about 4,000 years ago, if that's what you want to say. But the
All
Bible
right.
wasn't written by one person. Yeah, it wasn't written by one person or something like that, because if you just had a book from one person, like let's say the Quran, you just have what one person wants to tell you. With the Bible, these 40 people who were just writing things, they didn't know it was going to become part of a Bible. They didn't know each other, but it still ended up speaking from the same God and making sense as a whole when we started to collect the books and say, hey, what's this talking about?
All right, question. So who wrote the first 5 books then?
We're not told who wrote the first 5 books.
Say it again.
The Bible doesn't say who wrote the first 5 books.
You sure? Because I had people tell me that Moses wrote the first 5 books.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't tell us. I'm not telling you what people say. I'm telling you what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't tell us who wrote the first 5 books.
Well, you have biblical scholars that's saying that, and they're scholars. And I'm not trying to belittle you or nothing, or try to down you, but are you a scholar?
What scholars will say is that their best guess is that Moses wrote the first 5 books. I'm telling you what the Bible says. If you want to ask me what scholars say and what the Bible says, I'm giving you both.
All right, now
Whichever one you want to take.
Okay. Now I'm gonna say this. Now they're both wrong because Moses didn't write the Bible, and there are documentations that are saying 140 something people wrote the Bible, and this is fact because you're reading from the King James version, right?
No, I don't read from the King James version.
What version do you read from then?
I can read from the English Standard Version, or the New American Standard Bible, so the NASB or the ESV.
All right. So those two are off brand of the King James version. And the King James, hold on. And the King James version is an off brand of another version, and that is an off brand of another version. So you have to come with a facsimile, which is original Bible.
That's
and you
incorrect.
don't have. Yes, you. How is that incorrect?
So the King James version, parts of it were translated from the Latin Vulgate, which is a problem because the Latin Vulgate was translated from the Greek text. So that's correct what you're saying about the King James. It was a translation of a translation in certain parts of it. But the New American Standard the New American Standard Bible and ESV and other translations, they go back to the Greek manuscripts that still exist today, and the Hebrew manuscripts, and they go back.
And how far back does the Hebrew manuscripts go?
They are.
They don't go back that far because I'm gonna post the link. I'm gonna post the link, right?
But that's fine. But what you were just saying is that we were translating from the King James, so I'm just helping you correct what your information.
I mean, it doesn't need to be corrected because I know it's a translation of a translation of a translation because they did not use the right terms when they were writing the Bible.
No, I'm correcting when you said that it's an off-brand of the King James version. I'm just helping you so when you speak to somebody else, you don't make the same mistake of saying that the New American Standard Bible was translated from the King James because that's completely incorrect.
So where did the new whatever you want to call it come from then?
So as I just explained, there are many Greek manuscripts. None of them are the original writing of Mark or Matthew or Luke or anything, but they are manuscripts that were circulated that work around, and so no two of them are exactly the same. So that's absolutely true, but you can get an idea, a very, very good idea of what the original said. So that's called textual criticism. It's a field of study that people have PhDs in and all that good stuff. And it's just about looking at the manuscripts and seeing how can we figure out how accurate this manuscript is or that manuscript is. And so, again, the Greek manuscripts, they go back maybe to the 3rd century, something like that. And the same thing with the Hebrew text.
All right, so basically it comes from the Hebrew script, right?
The Old Testament was written in Hebrew, so that's yes. For the Old Testament, that's Hebrew, and then for the New Testament, that's Greek.
And what was the New Testament written in again?
Greek.
Greek, right? All right.
Correct.
Greek goes farther back than Hebrew. Know that. The the Greeks, they learned from the Africans. Now Hebrew doesn't even have an old script. They are not literate around the time that their so-called Bible came out, because they was learning from the Persians. So understand when I say this, the Christianity, Muslim, and Islam is an off-brand of an off-brand coming out of Zoroastrianism. I'm gonna put the name of that in there for you so you can look it up. It comes out of Zoroastrianism. So look that up, because you're coming with something that's an off-brand and it's not even original, and you can't make it an original. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna put this link in. Give me a second.
What I would say to you, Nick, if I were to ask you, what is your school and education level?
My school education level right now, I have a GED and I'm attaining my high school diploma, so I can go to the Air Force. When I get into the Air Force, I will be taking up what the shit called. I will be taking up physics. So astrophysics. So it doesn't. I mean, I've been studying for a long time. I was once a Christian. Then I went into the Islamic culture. Then I went into the Judaism culture. Then I ended up studying with the Nawabians, which was under Malachi Z. York. And when I came up out of the Nawabians, I started really digging into the science and digging into real information and started researching real scholars who actually went to school. I listened to lectures from Dr. Ben Yosef Jockening. I listened to Chief Auntie Diop. I listened to John Henry Clark, John G. Jackson. I done read books on Gerald Massey, Albert Churchill, Churchill Hill.
I hear you. No, I was just going to say that from the way that you were presenting information, it didn't seem like you were doing it in a scholarly fashion, and so I was just, not to say that there's anything.
What you mean? It's not in a scholarly fashion.
The way that you are giving the information back, it's not when you said that you have a GED, and that's it's like, okay, so it's not a college level education that you have right now, which is not bad. I'm just saying
I
that
mean, call it what
bringing
you
these
may. I mean,
no,
call
no,
it
no.
like
I'm saying what I'm saying is that the way you're bringing about your information, or the way you're getting your information, or the way you're repeating it, or whatever, it just it's 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 hard to interact, because again, you're making claims about the King James version or about the Greek manuscripts or about these things, but I'm not sure that you're well versed enough on them to completely make the claims that you're making. But I see that you're pasting links from other places. I understand that, but I think you'll have to investigate a bit more, a bit longer, because I've had these conversations a million times, and you're not presenting anything new to me at the moment.
I mean, you're not presenting anything. You're just coming with a biblical standpoint of view. Now, if I ask you for archaeological sightings, can you give me that?
I'm not sure what that question means, but
All right. Do you know
for Tony,
hold on. Stop. Do you know what archaeological sites are?
yes, and for Tony, I will be with you in a moment. But yeah, I understand what archaeological sites are.
All right. So when I say to give me something out of the Bible, which is an archaeological, that meant give me something out the Bible and an archaeological, from an archaeological site, can you give it to me? Stating that if I say show me the Noah's Ark, you have to say this is where it is, this is who found it, and here's where you can find it.
So the Bible speaks about the city of Jerusalem. It speaks about the country of Israel. It speaks about people
I'm not
called
talking about the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about real evidence. So when I said, can you show me, you went straight to the Bible. So you can't go straight to the Bible. You can't prove the book with the book. You have to show me an archaeological site. That's just like if you ask me, hey, Nick, where can I find the papyrus of Ani? Hey, go to the British Museum, found by, I think his name is Peachtree, I might be wrong, found by Peachtree, and it was found in Egypt of Africa.
I hear you,
But
Nick.
can you do that? Can you do that with the Bible? That's what I'm asking you.
I hear you. So I will leave it there, and I do appreciate the question. I understand what you're saying, but I want to be fair to Tony. He's back, and see what his perspective is on all this.
So just restate your position. What are we actually talking about? Sorry.
We can continue what we've been talking about with me and you. I don't want to jump back and forth too much.
Yeah, no. I'll jump in as soon as I get the gist of it.
Well, like I said, where we left off, I was explaining again cannibalism and morality, and why, from my perspective, the Bible shows us that humans are special. Because you asked me a question. You said, what is my understanding? What is my view of it? So that was my explanation. Humans are special. But, the question I guess back for you would be, do you believe humans are special?
I think we've risen to a point because of our social structures and our ability to manipulate the environment has given us perhaps a view of being special. I don't think necessarily we're special in the great scheme of things. I think that's something that I hear a lot from religious people, like the universe was created just for us. I find that just a ridiculous concept.
So when we talk about why it's okay for 99.9% of the animal kingdom to kill each other and do all this stuff, but humans can't do that. Are you saying humans are special in that case?
No, I just don't think we're special. I think we're unique from our point of view, but I think we're just so much a part of this and everything else. I mean, that's essentially why we're taxonomically put in that bracket of kingdom Animalia. We're part of that kingdom, and that's the way we're classified. I don't see us as especially special. I think, though, we can as humans construe that because, well, our egos are very huge.
Right. So if a man decides to kill another man, hey, we're not actually special, so there's no reason that he should really think about that and that from that
No,
perspective, because that's just from
no,
our view. That's what you're saying. You're saying it's just we're classifying ourselves as special, but it's not
no, because
actually.
then it goes back to my original point that our behaviours revolve around developing good communities and good societies that help us progress. That would not be a part of that.
Okay, so if there's a person who's trying to be in our society, but he has a different belief system than ours, and we want to eliminate him, we kill him and his family, that's to preserve our societal structure. That's okay, correct?
Well,
Nope.
no, because once again, our society gets better and bigger by absorbing new ideas.
But that's your view of it. The other societal structure, the other society, they decide that it's better to keep everyone thinking the same. So that's what for whatever reason you feel that Tony's way of looking at things is the best way to look at things.
Well, I just don't think that society is going to do very well. I think that's a counterproductive sort of attitude,
And they don't
it
believe
goes
that,
against my original premise.
but they don't believe that yours is going to work either.
Well, you know, that comes down to opinion. I suppose in the end, what works works.
Exactly, right? So it depends on what the goal is, right? It's whatever works depends on what the goal is. So if my ultimate goal is different from your ultimate goal, my societal values may be different from yours, and that should be okay on both sides. Is that correct?
It should be okay, but I mean, we're talking about the minutiae of certain situations again. You'll always, it's not a perfect system. You'll always find people that are just like, you know, are losers. You find idiot societies that don't do very well. I mean, look through history. You know, those elitist sort of societies that decide that they're the master race and all that sort of thing. Where are they now? You know, you can't have that attitude and keep going on.
But who's to say you can't have that attitude? So it's your
You're trying to personify it. There is no who. It is just we're a social species. We rely on social groups to survive. Nurturing those groups is what gives rise to behaviours that we've only labelled as moral and immoral. We just do.
But if my goal is
It's
world
the human
domination,
prerogative to label things.
but if my goal is world domination and your goal is world preservation, we're going to have different ideas about which way humans should interact with other humans, right? So,
and history will judge who was the most successful.
Right. So it's okay for me to do what I'm doing because my goal is different from your goal. But you're saying that your goal is better than my goal.
Not better, probably just more successful. Once again, we're trying to assign things to it when it's almost a process that's undirected. It's a product of how we survive. You're trying to find. Oh, we're going down a road I haven't really thought of. I just don't think you can. It's like you're looking for some authority that's telling people this is the moral behaviour, this is the immoral behaviour. and that's not
Well,
the case.
well, but that's what I'm saying though, because when you start from the naturalistic perspective, that we're all atoms, that we're all descendant from some first life form that was a single cell or whatever it is, and then there was no more obligation at that point, and then we've evolved and we've become more complex, and somewhere along the line, humans are the only ones that have moral obligations and whatever it is. Um, you're now imposing, for whatever reason, one view on the rest of all human society to say this is good or this is how it should be. And I'm saying,
Oh,
how does
let
that
me give
come
you
up?
let me give you a real blatant example. We learned over eons that it's really bad to procreate with your immediate family, right? That had certain physical and social consequences that led to a lot of problems. Now, down the track, we've labelled those particular behaviours immoral because of those repercussions. But originally it was just we found out you just couldn't do that.
Okay, so then if I ask you, is it okay for two brothers to be involved intimately? What would your answer to that be?
Well, I think the problem is the physical repercussions of that is you start getting a very shallow gene pool.
Wait, I
Now,
said two brothers.
Two brothers.
I said two brothers.
Oh, sorry, you sort of broke up there. So just restate the question again, James.
Is
Sorry.
it okay for two brothers to be intimately involved with each other?
And now you're appealing to what my sense of right and wrong.
You said it was about procreation and messing with the gene pool, but obviously if you have two males, they're not going to pass any genes between each other or have offspring. So
I think essentially what's going to happen if it's not, is it right or wrong? That's not up to me. That's a very subjective opinion. They won't do very well. I wouldn't. Once again, we're going back to my original premise. How does that support social structures? How does that create a survival?
But homosexuals are here now. Two men get together. I'm just asking you about if they happen to come from the same family. Are you okay with male homosexual interaction?
As long as they're not hurting anybody else, they can do what they like.
And you don't. And do you think that in any way that hurts any societal structure or anything? The things you were saying before, you're saying it doesn't affect any of that.
No.
I was just gonna say it affects the society because they're not reproducing, which living things should do. That's the whole purpose. Go ahead.
No.
The homosexuality is a luxury we can afford these days.
A luxury we can afford.
Regardless of how you view homosexuality, how horrified you are by it, how much it disgusts you, and now we have so many people on it. We're not a small group of people surviving in a cave somewhere where two guys getting together basically takes two males out of the procreation circle. Would be a problem.
So it's a problem for homosexuals to live as they choose, and you'd be against homosexuality if the population was much smaller, is what you're saying.
I wouldn't be. I don't have a moral problem with it. I think that if we were like a group of 8 people with 3 females and 5 males living in a cave somewhere, where our ability to procreate definitely revolved around our survival, then being homosexual is not an option you have. And that is why we've labelled it wrong, because back then there probably was those predilections, but we couldn't incorporate it into a functioning working society. Then what happens is, down the track, it's labelled immoral.
I'm interested to see what Seth, as another atheist, his view is on what you've just said.
Okay.
I stopped paying attention a while ago. I really don't know what to say.
Homosexuals in a small population should homosexuality be allowed?
Yes.
Because, well, he's saying it's a problem.
Okay, well, he can think that, but he's wrong. Morality is based on allowing maximal freedoms, and you only limit people's freedoms when it encourages greater freedoms. And even in a small population, I can't see how you're encouraging greater freedom by stopping two people who love each other from, or just want to fool around, who are both consensual adults, from messing around with each other, gay or not, even if that means that there's less humans in the future.
You can do it. I mean, it just means your group won't. You're decreasing your group's abilities to sort of survive, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So does that make it
I've got
wrong?
nothing against homosexuals, guys. To me, it's fine. I've got no dramas with it. If what you do behind closed doors and not hurting any people, hey, double thumbs up. But I'm just saying, from an anthropological point of view, it's not that it wasn't accepted, it wasn't very practical if you've got a very, very small population. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
In order for your population to grow, you gotta have sex with a female. So yes, to me, it's wrong.
Well, I'm not really saying right, wrong, moral, immoral. I'm talking about practicalities.
You're mixing the two, though. Like you're almost saying that because it's not practical in the sense of the goal of increasing population as much as we can, it's bad to be homosexual in that situation. But again, that's because you're saying that the goal of procreating more is better in some way, like
especially if you want to increase your chances of survival.
You can't survive without no woman.
You don't see anything wrong with that, Tony? The way that it's about the goals. So your goal is all about maximizing population, which is fine. It's just that somebody else's approach might be that, hey, if we only have one of the couples being heterosexual, we're still going to be able to procreate. It's just that we're going to get to that number slower. You know, our goal is 3,000 population. We're going to get there slower, but
with a shallower gene pool.
Is that what
implication? You can do it. It's fine, but you've got to accept that there's going to be ramifications.
I wasn't sure that's what Tony was getting at. I thought that he was kind of backed into a corner. Tony, is your position that what is good is what maximizes human population?
It's not about good, right, wrong, bad, evil. It's about our survival imperative, and it seems that we have this itching.
I haven't been on a conversation very long, but if I know James, he doesn't really care. This discussion isn't about what maximizes human survival. It's about what he views as your whether or not you can ground morality in atheism or not. Is that correct, James?
Correct.
All right, so fine. He can grant you. I mean, we'll go all day long, and we can totally agree that there are objective ways to increase human population. And maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't, but that has absolutely no consequence to what James is asking you. He's asking you if it's good to, is it always good to increase human population? Is that what you're basing the good on?
And I'm saying that it's not about good, it's not about right, it's not about wrong. We have an imperative to survive.
Well, then you're not.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
Huh?
It's not about good, right, wrong, moral, and immoral. It's not. That's not a question about that.
That is what James is asking about. What's good?
Then the question. It's a malformed question. Then.
No, it's not. There's absolutely nothing malformed about what is good. What is the good in your worldview? Or there's a better way of asking it. What ought we do? What ought we not do?
All right, let me put it this way.
Do you think on atheism you can ground what we ought to do and what we ought not do objectively?
I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's a free fucking world.
I'm not saying what we can do. I'm saying what we ought do, what we ought not do.
Well, you ought to get into science and learn to evolve with science. You ought to learn survival skills so when the time comes, you can survive. You ought not to push that the religious banner of this is the only one way of life. That's what you ought not to do. But
Right.
we're not pushing the fact that you ought to be an atheist. You can be whatever you want to be. But long as you are progressing with technology, with the way of life that is going on with us now, then we have no problem. But when you put forth information that says, hey, this is the only way, this is the way, and if you don't follow it, you are hellbound or whatever. That's the problem.
So it's a problem to tell people they're doing something wrong?
I mean, I can tell you that. I can tell you right now, if you kill somebody, that's wrong. If you steal from somebody, that's wrong. So yeah, I can tell you that.
Is that always wrong?
Don't let Tony lose his train of thought. He was going to say something.
Okay. So, Seth, are we a social species?
Yes.
Do we survive better in groups?
Yes.
Is a bigger group a better way to survive?
Yes.
So it's not really about right, wrong, bad, good, moral, blah, blah, blah. It's not a question of that. Just forget those words. What we have an imperative to survive.
Yeah,
and it has nothing to do with morality.
The problem is the problem is, Tony, is this is completely inconsequential to what James is trying to say here. He's not asking us if what's the best way to survive. We could all agree that the best way to survive is to live in a happy, flourishing society. But he's asking you, why is that good? Can you ground that in morality or not? Do you think that's good to increase human population or not?
No, what I'm saying is that is the basis of the behaviors that we've labeled moral and immoral.
Oh, see, okay, I can go from there. Great. If the basis of what we call moral and immoral are based on increasing human population, then rape is what we call moral.
How does that nurture society?
Doesn't need to nurture society. It needs to increase.
No, I guess my point was that it has to nurture society. It has to make that better. How does rape make that better? Because that's my point.
I thought your point was increasing human population. That's why I made it very clear. Is increasing human population what we ought to do or not?
Through nurturing social structures.
Why through nurturing social structures?
Because that's how we survive.
We can't survive without nurturing our social structure?
Generally speaking, no.
I'm not sure that's...
Why? We're a social species.
Okay.
I don't really understand where you're going with this. What are you saying, that like be loners or something?
I don't think we need to be loners, but I mean, certainly our human civilization has put up with a lot of rape in its past, and people have gotten over it. People have lived, and an increased human population.
But are they effective? As effective? You know, what I'm saying is rape does not nurture anything. Rape does not create a better society.
Yeah, again, what do you mean by a better? What's a better society? You're talking about a society that.
Hold on, Seth. Are you advocating rape?
I'm advocating for a better moral system.
All right, if you're advocating for a better moral system, then what the fuck does rape have to do with this conversation? If rape is not is not going to make us better as a people morally, then why the fuck bring it up?
Well, because that's exactly the problem. Is I don't know what you guys mean by good or bad. You say things are better. I ask say Tony, what does good or bad mean? And he doesn't. He wants to say that that's an ill-formed question. And then when we talk about what makes a better society, he wants to use better which is I would assume a property of good. I don't know what he's talking about.
Poor choice of words. What I'm saying is our imperative to survive has nothing to do with moral. It seems to be something that is part of us, okay? Now, we survive by nurturing group dynamics. Rape does not nurture group dynamics.
Okay, yeah, I would agree that rape doesn't nurture group dynamics, but I don't think it causes such great societal harm without bringing extra life into the mix. I really think that if your basis of morality is whatever helps humanity survive or whatever increases human population, which was at least a little bit ago seemingly where you're going, then I think rape would be good under those dynamics.
Absolutely not. Once again, you're picking one aspect. We need functioning societies. We need basically a group dynamic to survive, and that incorporates getting together and having kids. That incorporates getting together and cooperating. It incorporates empathy, all those sorts of things. It's not about one thing.
Okay, I just don't know what your basis is. When I think I have your basis tied down one place, I show you a consequence of that basis, and then you say it's about something else. At first it's about human population, and now it's about societal health.
They said, in fact, I'll do the ball. You I'll do it just 300 feet on one bounce on the way. They said,
I really don't know how to put it more succinctly. I think I'd just be repeating myself. I think when you bring up sort of things like rape, I think I've answered that question in the fact that it does nothing. It is actually a destructive behaviour that has no place in a society that wants to function. That's my point. To actually use it as some sort of tool against my argument, I think I've answered the question.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and I asked this of James before, like, I've just given you an explanation that I consider not perfect. I mean, I'm not an anthropologist, but it works for me. What is your explanation for what we call moral, immoral, right and wrong?
My explanation, or what I think morality is?
Yeah, just give me the gist.
Yeah, I think morality is about maximizing freedom. I think that my moral system is based on a tautology. Everyone wants to do what everyone wants to do, and we maximize that to its greatest potential, which includes minimizing some people's freedoms or freedoms in one place to maximize freedoms in other places. For example, we stop people from raping because people who aren't allowed to rape maximizes the freedom for everybody to walk around our societies safely without the fear of getting raped, which maximizes productivity and freedom for everybody.
So basically it's about nurturing a healthy society.
No, it's about allowing people to do what they want to do.
And
if that meant an unhealthy society, that would be moral.
Okay. I just think, in a roundabout sort of way, we're saying the same thing.
I'm back. I didn't know where the conversation is at.
Welcome back, James.
Hey. Are you guys still on that same topic?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Are you guys still in disagreement, or?
We sort of are and aren't.
Mm-hmm.
We are, but I've digressed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I mean, Seth, me and Seth have had these conversations a couple of times, and so Seth, you don't believe morality is absolute or objective?
No, I do. I have for a while. I believe that it depends on what you mean by objective morality. I think that there is an objective standard we could base morality on, which would mean that some moral rules are subject to their consequential parameters. They can say taking a knife to someone, depending on the situation, could be moral or immoral.
Mm-hmm. Right. And when it comes to humans and animals and our interactions, like the morality only applies to humans because of our cognitive faculties, from your perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to justify. I mean, especially in almost any moral system, even even in divine command theory, morality seems to be about rational beings interacting with rational beings. We don't have moral obligations to rocks, so it all comes down to where you draw that line, and I think I think you draw it at rational beings.
And then if we choose to just kill animals for pleasure, we have the right to do that.
No, because I think there is I think there is a sliding scale. I think that it would certainly be distasteful to needlessly slaughter animals, if not objectively wrong, even though they don't have the same cognitive ability for terror as we do, to be able to contemplate their existence and their own mortality. They still feel some degree of pain, so it would be distasteful to subject them to that needlessly.
So as far as the animal's concerned, you're slicing its head off either way, right? So whether you're killing it to eat it or killing it for fun, it's the animal didn't want it to happen, right? Let's say the animal was like, "Yo, I'd rather, as far as evolution goes, I'd rather procreate and build my numbers up." But we're stopping that right there and saying, "Hey, I'm either killing you for food," which I guess you would say that's a good reason to kill the animal, or "Hey, I'm killing you for fun," which may be a bad reason. But either way, it's the same to the animal, same end result.
And I have to say that this is where a lot of my moral positions kind of come into not completely in conflict, but they really collide here. So like the whole rational beings part plus maximal freedoms for rational beings. These really clash here. So I'm really sensitive on this, and my position on whether or not it's right to eat animals can change anytime. But so far, yeah, I think that it might be okay to not grant animals the same kind of moral, certainly not the exact same moral obligations and inclinations as we grant other rational people.
Right. Yes. So when Tony asked me the question as far as how do I view things, I said that based on the Bible, I end up where you just ended up, Seth, where humans have dominion over animals. It doesn't give it the same reasons as you just gave, but it's saying that we're in some way special. I don't know if it says it directly. Yeah.
Anselm and Descartes actually come kind of close to where I came in. They seem to think that, well, Descartes, for example, Descartes doesn't think animals have souls, so Descartes thinks that animals are just perfect robots. They act like they're in pain because that's what a perfect robot does when it's punched or kicked or stabbed. They feel and think absolutely nothing. And I think Anselm thought something similar, that because they're not rational beings, then they can't feel the same terror, the level of terror that we can, because we'd actually contemplate the end and they can't.
Yeah, well, sure. If that's what that is, either way, we all came from the same single-celled organism and common ancestor, or whatever. And
Hmm.
in that sense, we're all the same, right?
Related, yeah. Well, in the sense
So,
that we're related, we're certainly not the same. Just like a cheetah isn't the same as an octopus.
well,
But
it's
didn't I
like
say
you're
that
granting,
earlier? But you
you're
just repeated what
granting,
I said earlier, though, when I talked about the Ukraine
we're,
cell.
we're granting one collection of atoms and molecules a certain something that we're not granting another collection of atoms and molecules or whatever.
Yeah, because some collections of molecules can reason better than the other collection of molecules. Some collection of molecules can run fast on land, and some can only swim. I mean, there are actual differences in how these collections of molecules act towards each other and treat each other. So yeah,
So,
it makes perfect sense that some molecules have be granted this moral obligation and others wouldn't.
The only difference between us and animals is our cerebral cortex, man. That's the only difference.
if Descartes is saying robots, I was just pointing at the idea that, you know, we're probably a more progressed robot, even more so than the animal
Well,
is.
that's not Descartes' position. Descartes was a theist. He thought that the main difference between humans and animals is animals just act like humans because they're perfect robots. Humans have souls. They actually have a consciousness behind the actions. But although I don't think like that. That's not my position. That's Descartes.
Okay. Well, either way, like when Tony asked me the question, I was just saying that dominion has been given to humans. That's why I don't have any issues with how do I split, more morals between human and human interactions and human animal interactions, because I don't start off with humans are animals, where the materialist or atheist does have
Well,
that.
James,
Yes.
is there anything that you would not do if you were convinced that your God wanted you to do it? If you were convinced that it was the will of God, what wouldn't you do? Is there any action out of bounds?
Yes. So God wouldn't
But
ask me.
you're convinced God wants you to do it.
Right. So I have to. I'm going to respond to your question. God wouldn't command me to sin. So if you're asking me if God would ask me to do a bad thing, would I do it just because God told me to do it? I have to say that God would never tell me to do a bad thing. So if I were convinced that God was telling me to do a bad thing, I'd have to question my understanding of it being God in the first place.
Why would you have to question your interpretation of God? Why wouldn't you conclude that maybe that since God is, it's obviously some powerful being talking to you, and you have a fallible human mind and God is infallible, why wouldn't you conclude that maybe you understand sin incorrectly and God's telling you to do something that is actually good?
Because God has defined what sin is. So if God then tells me, hey, do this sinful thing, it's like, wait a second.
Well, he wouldn't say sinful thing. I mean, it's possible that you could understand sin incorrectly and God would understand it absolutely correctly, right?
No. So for example, if we're talking about murder, for example, right, and it's just like, hey,
let's not talk about murder, because murder by definition is an unjust killing. So let's talk about killing somebody else.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm. Yeah, if it's killing for some justified reason, sure. But if it's an unjustified reason, then that's obviously
what's
wrong.
the difference? I mean, would the command really come down to you as, hey, James, murder someone, or would the command be, hey, James, murder Tony?
The way the Bible has given
I'm sorry, murder. Sorry, kill Tony. My bad, I didn't change anything.
Right. The way the Bible presents it, when God commands the killing of other people, is He presents the reason for them being killed, and before He ever tells the person to kill them. So if it's whether it's killing the Amalekites or whatever, and their sin has gotten so great that it's a righteous judgment for them to be killed, or whether it's in the sacrificial or in the law, when God tells people if somebody commits adultery or if somebody commits murder or if somebody does this or that, they are to be killed. God is giving the reason for the person to be killed. It's not just, hey, kill this guy. So that's why I'm saying if there was a situation where God is telling me for no reason to kill someone, or for a bad reason to kill someone, then it's like, yeah, I have to really sit on that. But no, I wouldn't just
Once
do
again,
that.
I have to restate the question. You're convinced that God wants you to do a certain action.
I wouldn't be
It's not
convinced in
about
the first place.
why
Well,
not.
what if God says? What if God tells you, "Hey James, I need you to walk into a church with an assault weapon and kill George Tiller"?
The way the Bible has presented it, God would give a reason. So
Well, I mean, is the reason not obvious when I say the name George Tiller?
I don't know George. Who's George Tiller?
George Tiller was killed in a church. He was an abortion doctor, and he was killed by a right-wing fanatic and fundamentalist Christian. I don't know whether or not his murderer said that God told him to do so. I had heard nothing of that. I'd probably remember that if that was the case. But let's say you know of this abortion doctor named George Tiller, and God tells you, kill this abortion doctor so he can't take any more babies' lives.
Okay, so this is what I say to that. Had it been before Jesus died for sins, I would, if God said, this person has killed this many people, he's killed 4,000 people over the past 10 years or whatever, and his sin has gotten so great that you are now to kill him. I would do it if I was convinced that God told me how to do it and whatever, blah, blah, blah. I would do it. But now that Jesus has died for sins, God is not asking anyone to kill anyone since, because Jesus died for sins. So I would be very suspect of God saying, hey, even though all sins have been paid for, I'm going to ask you to kill this one guy.
God doesn't currently work within his creation to protect his creation?
Does God currently work in his creation to protect his creation?
Forget about sins for a moment. I mean, do you think that George Tiller is doing something to harm other humans?
If he's killing people, as you said he was doing.
So does God not interact within the world to protect humans?
He can. Does he?
Is there a reason for you to doubt that he does?
No.
Okay. So why wouldn't God want you to end George Tiller's life to protect the lives of future babies?
Because, as I stated before, Jesus has already died. So if first, the way you presented it, first of all, you weren't saying that it was even a punishment for previous sins. You're saying that it was a prevention of future sins. So
I'm not trying to present it as being. I originally didn't present it as a to prevent sin or anything. It was merely the case. You took it as to prevent future sin, but now I'm readdressing it to clarify.
You said kill him so he doesn't kill more babies.
Right.
That sounds like a prevention of future sin.
Well, actually, it's at least in my perception, it's a if I thought abortion was murdering babies, it would be to protect future human lives.
That's not really. I mean, that's not the way the God of the Bible has ever operated. It's been a sin-focused judgment. Like, he's not just gonna say this guy will kill. It's always about sin, and sin that has been committed, actually. So that's again.
That's weird, because I thought that the Israelites killed, what was it, the Amalekites? There's different tribes, not because that they were sinners, but because they were attacking the Israelites, God's chosen people.
No, God, again, for example, that situation, their sin was allowed to increase so much over 400 years that it was a righteous judgment when God told the Israelites to go in and kill them, right?
I'm not saying that it wasn't justified. I'm just saying that the reasoning for it didn't seem to be because the Amalekites were sinful, but because they were attacking the Israelites.
Oh, no. It's always about sin. It's always about sin. Yep, that's how I always present it. And so even when God commands, Israelites to kill other Israelites, it's because of their sins. So for example, the golden
That would
calf
make sense,
situation on the
Israelites killing
mountain.
Israelites, sure. But again, time after time in the Old Testament, when the Israelites are told to kill this tribe or this city, or I don't see it as an appeasement for sin. It seems to me that most of the time it's because they were either attacking the Israelites, or they're dangerous to the Israelites, or they or for some other reason that seems more worldly than the
Resources.
Yeah,
punishment for
that tends to
sin.
be, yeah,
It's all about
that tends to
resources.
be the
They're killing them for
that tends to be
resources.
the view that tends to be the view before people go in and read it. But what you find is that it's always about the sin that those people were committing. So even Sodom and Gomorrah, or whatever it might be, it was because their sin was so great.
Oh, I feel like I made my point. I would ask you for scriptural reasons, but it'd be really I don't know if either one of us really wants to go into a Bible war right now. Plus, you'd probably beat me.
No, well, I'd say, whenever in the future, sometime that you're looking at that, look at any time God commands the killing of another person or tribe or peoples, it's always because of the sin of those peoples. That's what I would say.
All right, I'm gonna do some googling.
So, James, I suppose my original point is that it's not about the moral right, wrong, or anything like that. You follow orders.
From the Christian perspective, you're saying?
Yes.
No. So if God is asking me to do something that He has already helped us understand, so it's not just that God says that killing a person unjustifiably is wrong. Some people recognize that without God having to tell them that. But what the Bible shows is that not one person is going to understand all moral, correct answers off the bat. So some people have this issue they need to be corrected on. Some people have that issue to be corrected on. So if God has helped us all recognize that murder is wrong, it's not just I don't murder because God says it, that just because He says it's wrong. It's because He's helped me to recognize that this is in and of itself a wrong thing to do, whether He had said it or not, and He's informed me of that. So if God asked me to murder someone, I'm not. That's contradictory. It's like how is God asking me to murder? It would never happen. So no, it's not just because God says it's right to do it. In that sense, He would not ask you to do certain things.
Well, I'm not really asking what He would and wouldn't ask you. What I'm saying is that in the end, if you are convinced, because if you're convinced that this is the will of God, then you are going to do it, regardless of what that action is.
Okay, so if I had less, I'll say it like this: if I had less information than I do about the Bible, if I hadn't done as much investigating or understanding, I could be misled to believe that God wanted me to murder someone. But because I have the understanding of the Bible, I wouldn't be led to believe that God is telling me to murder someone. So I know your question assumes that I would be convinced in the first place, but I wouldn't be.
Okay. I just found that history has taught us that whenever anybody says this is the will of God, somebody else on the other end is getting flogged.
Well, those people aren't acting in line with what the Bible says in the first place. But they might be misled to think it is.
So how would you know?
Because the Bible exists, right? So if somebody doesn't have access or refuses to go read the Bible and they choose to do things in the name of God anyway, that's on them. But the Bible exists. If we can reference it and say, hey, wait a second, all that stuff that those people were doing, that's completely outside of what the Bible said to do. So just because you say, I'm doing it because I'm a Christian, I'm doing it because the Bible says, I'm doing it because God says, we can go verify that that's what the Bible says. You know what I mean? So yeah, a lot of people have done a lot of things in God's name or in the name of Jesus that are obviously contrary to what Jesus has prescribed in the Bible.
But I think we can all sort of agree that killing a child is one of the most repugnant things you can do. And yet, all through the Bible, God orders the death of children. So, to me, that goes against, like, you know, I get the impression that you're a good guy, James, and I know you probably would not kill a child. Yet, if it was ordered by God, would you do it? Because He's ordered it in the past.
Now, has God ordered the killing of a child on their own, or has He commanded the killing of children as a part of the killing of peoples? So it's I don't want it to sound like God saying go out and single out this one kid and kill the kid. That's not what the Bible says. There are situations where the kids will die because they're part of the group, but that doesn't mean that they're being punished or that they are going to hell in that sense. It's not that they're being judged for the sin of the parents as far as their souls and where their souls end up. But again, if God has the authority to create life, He has the authority to remove life.
So once again, we're not really talking about the moral implications of this. There just is what God wants and what He doesn't want.
Is it moral to create life?
I don't think it's a moral question.
Exactly, right? So if we're talking about a being that has the ability to create life, you get into a different type of space of questioning. Like it's a whole different game with that being. If you're saying you're saying it's not a moral question if he can, about whether he should or shouldn't or can or not create life, it's not a moral question. Well then, if he makes the decision to create life or makes the decision to take life from out of existence,
yeah, but then that becomes a moral question, because is it moral to create life but then smash it off the board when you're not happy with it?
And again, that's the question. That's a question that that being that has the ability to do that would have to answer for you, right? If he makes the decision for how these beings that he's created should live, right? Or, you know, what circumstances the child is going to be raised in, or the baby that's just born but has to die because the whole rest of the community is about to be killed. It's his prerogative, it's his decision that that baby can die amongst the people, all the other people that have died, and it still be okay, because he's created the life. You'd have to ask him, but it seems to be okay based on the Bible.
So, if you make it, you're well within your rights to just smash it.
Of course.
Okay. I mean, these are some of the conundrums that sort of led me away from Christianity. I couldn't, the dissonance in my head, given that, you know, what I was told what God was supposed to be, and that was thinking about this sort of stuff led me to the position that this is just all made up.
I hear you. And if you want to try to focus on God's character as far as questions that you could only get from him as far as answers. I mean, if that's the reason for, you know, disbelieving, then okay. But I don't know. I don't think those are the best questions to ask to make that decision.
Well, it was one of the steps, anyway.
Mm-hmm. And as far as you're concerned, how do you believe life started on this planet? Or better question, do you believe that non-living matter became living matter on its own?
Well, I think essentially we all believe that, don't we?
I don't believe that.
There's got to be something that begins at, you know, because life is a chemical reaction. We don't know essentially how it started, and I'm not going to even attempt to answer that question. But given what we see today, there had to be probably, given what we've learnt about our natural environment, there was an original chemical reaction that happened that gave rise to the primitive condition that led to life.
So that's one of the reasons that I realized that science was inadequate. That there, as far as the origin of life question, there's no mechanism to explain how non-living matter could become living matter on its own.
But just because we don't know isn't an excuse to make stuff up.
It's not about making stuff up. It's just that it's just that it helped me to understand that part is being skipped over, and it's just like or it's assumed, or
No, we're not skipping over it. We just don't have the answer yet.
Well, no, you have the answer. So you believe that non-living matter became living matter on its own.
At this time, I believe that is the case.
Right. So you have the answer. I don't know why you're saying there's no answer. Maybe there might not be an answer as to how.
No, because we can't. In the end, we can't be sure of that. We don't know. I mean, there are some schools of thought that say aliens seeded us here. What if that's the case?
But then we're only pushing the question back one step and asking, where did that life come from that is the alien?
Exactly. So we don't have an answer yet. But I'm definitely not going to go and draw on 50,000 creation myths that we've made up over the centuries. That doesn't answer anything.
But to say that, an essentially random process created the complexity of life that is you, that is Tony, is equally, absurd.
Well, all right. Well, okay. Well, but incredulity isn't evidence.
It's not.
What if it was a random process?
Well, I think from our observations as humans, we can gauge what random processes are capable of, and life is not. It doesn't seem to be one of them. You can work.
Well, well, it's directed now. But what if the initial spark was a set of optimum circumstances that led to that initial push-off that put us where we are today? But just that bit was random, but the rest is directed and a result of our environment.
I mean, it gets into a lot of probabilities and statistical, because what you have to have is that this first life, or organism, it has the ability to self-replicate and metabolize off of the first instance of its self, and then avoid extinction for the next, even let's say 5 minutes, right? So this thing doesn't immediately die, but somehow has the ability to continue living until it creates a copy of itself, and somehow that population of 3 or 4 or 5,000 or whatever it becomes, that they don't all go extinct immediately within the first day or two, and that you get that for the next 4 billion years. It's but just those first couple of traits of having the ability to self-replicate and metabolize, on the first, that just those 2 words, it takes so much to make that happen, that it's just.
Oh, boy. If we're going to use incredulity as evidence, then I would have to say, well, I can't get my head around a dude popping into existence from the dust of the earth as an adult and then donating a rib for a fully grown woman to appear next to him the next morning so they can start procreating.
Well, where we're differing is you're saying an unintelligent, not just a process created life, whereas I'm saying a pre-existing intelligence took the dirt, took the non-living matter and made it living matter. So you believe that non-living matter became living matter on its own, and I'm just saying I don't believe non-living matter became living matter on its own.
And really, because I mean, we're both not biologists or you know, so we could sort of bounce this around all day. But I think in the end, it's what we accept, and I would say that I'm not attached to my beliefs. It's what I accept, but I'd be willing to change what I view of the start of life and all that sort of stuff, given you really good evidence. Can you say the same, James? Or
The evidence. I don't think I could say the same. No, I don't.
You're locked into your beliefs.
Yeah, I don't believe non-living matter became living matter on its own. No.
I'd be
I don't
willing
think
to change
possible.
my mind.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I just what would be required for that is like it's like saying a person winning the lottery in our society every day for the next trillion days. Could that? I mean, that could that happen? There's a probability for that, right? It's probably 0.0000 whatever 1, but that doesn't mean it's actually possible. We know that that can't happen.
Yeah, but evolution's more along the lines of winning the lottery and then keeping one of the next numbers for the next lottery ticket. You know what I mean? It's going to come up. So that's sort of an example of evolution, rather than just blatantly starting over from the beginning again. It's not really like that, is it?
No, the probabilities are pretty large. I mean, there are so many to apply to the idea of the origin of life, just the origin of life. We're not even talking about evolution, just the origin of life. It's astronomical. But then for the mechanism that would allow for evolution to take place, I couldn't even be an atheist if I believed in evolution. That's how much of improbable evolution is.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, once again, we're just getting into incredulity, really.
It's numbers though. It's when a scientist says this thing is impossible because of numbers, it's not just because he doesn't believe it could happen. It's just the numbers say it couldn't happen.
Okay.
I mean, if we have another conversation, we can talk about DNA and DNA sequencing and how it's a complex sequence-specific arrangement of bases that we'd have to find the origin of where did that sequencing come from to make the first, DNA-based life to then make all the life that we see. It's a numbers thing again, even at that point, because that code, the DNA code itself, is like a testament to the necessity of an intelligence as part of this story of how life came about. So I'm not a biologist or whatever, chemist or anything like that, but I understand enough about the way DNA creates the proteins that make the rest of the parts of the organism and whatever, to say
But
that
I suppose
this couldn't.
the problem with this line of thought, and I don't want to get insulting or anything, but it's going down the line of that's really, really big and complex, and I can't get my head around it, therefore God.
Incorrect.
That's sort of the trail we're taking?
No, incorrect. So what I'm saying is...
Well, not God, intelligence.
No, what I'm saying is because of how much we now know about the way DNA works and all that, you now have a more of a problem of saying how this could happen on its own. So if before we discovered how that DNA existed and how it worked, it's easier to say this could just have come about. But DNA creates so much more of an issue of how did this get put together? It couldn't, or that it'd be unlikely to have gotten put together by itself.
I think, I'm not a geneticist, but in the end, you realize that DNA and genetics is just chemistry doing its thing. It's just organic chemistry.
That is not correct in the case of DNA. It's not just chemistry that would have brought about the first sequence of bases, because you'd have to look at the chemical affinities between bases and say that there's some reason for a G to come next to a C to come after an A to come after a T, but that's not the case, because if there was chemistry that was dictating the sequencing, then you would end up with an A always comes after a T, and adenine always comes after a thymine, and then you'd always end up with AT, 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 and that wouldn't be, there would be enough variation there for you to get any complex structures or foldings of amino acids to make proteins and whatever. So it has to be completely, in a sense, loose enough for, where laws are not making the organism at some level. So that's why I hear what you're trying to say, but chance and necessity are not adequate to result in the DNA sequencing that we find.
But it didn't.
You just said chance and necessity is what chemistry is. You said chemistry, it's all just chemistry reactions. That's equating to chance and necessity. I'm saying chance and necessity are not adequate.
Well, no. What I'm saying is the genetic code we've got today evolved over eons and eons, however long the Earth has been here. It's a result of all that trial and error, a response to environment that has now given us the DNA code we have today.
And you're saying that it's all because of chemical reactions, and what I'm saying is that it's
basically chemistry.
And I would say to look into it more, but what you're saying is that chance and necessity, or necessity, by necessity, genetics have ended up being what they are. So, right? So chemistry is the same thing as saying is that this is how it has to be because of chemistry. So I'm saying necessity.
The configuration that we have today is a result of eons of natural selection.
Well, okay. So that's so it's an evolution conversation, because what we were just talking about was origin of life. So now we'll shift.
Yeah, I know, but if you're going to talk about genetics now, today, our genetic code, then that's an evolution conversation.
The origin of the code is the issue. So that's number one. That's why it's an origin issue. But even the mechanism of Darwinian evolution, to try to explain how you would go from a single-celled organism that doesn't have the features of eyeballs, hair, legs, bones, muscle, or whatever, to say that after random variations over billions of years, it now has more and better information in its genes. We'd have to see the mechanism that is producing that, and as of yet, we have not seen that to be the case. So what we do find is that mutations can be beneficial for an organism even when they remove a part of the organism or remove a trait or whatever, but that's not adding to the organism. We don't find novel functions based on mutations that have occurred. So let me give you an example. You don't have the genes for a beak or whatever, right? So you can't produce a beak based on your genes right now. But birds, they have, from their first ancestor or whatever, they had the beak gene, but there's enough variation there that you can have long beaks after some time, or you can have short beaks after some time. but that's still working within the original genetic information that was there in the ancestor. So there's nothing wrong with talking about mutations and evolution in the sense that you can get variation within the available genetic information, but we've never seen novel functions or novel body plans or body parts after whatever amount of time to be produced.
But we have the genetic information for tails.
We have the genetic information for tails. And
sitting in that code, yes.
so, and again, so even if that's the case, what all you're telling me is that we've lost information, we've lost that thing, right? So most people don't have the tail now, right? You're saying most people don't have tails now, so that's a loss. So again, what I'm saying is we've never seen mutations that have resulted in an increase or new novel functions or body parts or body plans. All we see are loss of information from mutations.
Well, I don't think I think stuff gets turned off. Like we have the genetic information there for tails.
Exactly.
And how do you explain that from your creation story point of view? Why would we have genetic information for tails?
Well, when you say genetic information for tails, we could get into it about what you mean by that, but I don't believe it probably the same way that you believe it or understand that, you know, genetic information for tails. But all I'm saying is what would be required for the mechanism to go from a single-celled organism to giraffes and whales and human beings would be a mechanism that can add novel features to an organism. But what we find is that as we go down the line, we find that organisms lose features. Or for example, when the beak of an animal gets longer, right? Let's say it's been decades of breeding, and now it has a longer beak. What may have been removed was the gene that said stop growing the beak at this length. So if you remove that genetic information, the beak continues to grow to a longer point. So you can have a loss of information that results in, you know, longer beaks because the switch doesn't get turned off. The beak keeps growing. So that's how we find mutations work. They normally, even in resistance in bacteria to antibiotics and treatments and things like that, it's like you have a guy with 2 arms and he keeps getting handcuffed by the police. And everybody who has 2 arms gets handcuffed by the police. So that's what was happening to the bacteria. They kept getting handcuffed. But then you have a mutation that removes the arms. So now the bacteria doesn't have arms. So now the police can't handcuff them. So now they are much more successful. They can move around and they don't get locked up. So that's a loss of information that results in a gain of function. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we find in mutations, is that we find that there's a loss of information that results in something else, but we never find new features, new information coming into the gene pool.
Have you seen the E. coli experiment that I forget which university is doing? Have you seen that experiment?
That's exactly what was in my mind as I was speaking.
It's a popular one because they're actually able to point to where the mutations bring in new traits that let the E. coli survive in these other environments.
And again, it's a loss of information that results in a gain of function for the E. coli. So
but it sounds to me like, from reading the paper, that there's a mutation, and this is apparently the mutation even waited for another mutation, that then they complemented each other, and the E. coli was allowed to live in a totally different environment.
Right, and again, the mutation wasn't such that it added to the organism. It's a mutation that removes from the organism but allows the organism to do more. You see what I'm saying? So what would be required for the Darwinian mechanism to produce new body parts, features, you know, things like that, you'd need new code. You'd need new code. So again, the with the E. coli situation, it's like you have a defense mechanism that actually doesn't help you in this particular environment. So then you get this defense mechanism turned off. So now you're actually more successful in this environment. So you've lost information, but that's helped you in this situation. You see what I'm saying? So that's what the
Is that what the paper says? Is that what the paper says?
Yes, you can go read it up and go investigate it a bit deeper and reread what you've
Okay.
what you've seen.
Yeah.
So just
No, I
because
will.
so just because you use the word mutation doesn't mean that you're indicating that there's new function, that there's new information, but it can be a gain of function. Yes.
Yeah. It's a beneficial mutation, though, isn't it?
Exactly. So you can have a beneficial mutation because of a loss of information. So the mutation can be deleterious. It can remove, but it can be beneficial. What I'm saying is that if you're going to go from a single-celled organism to whales and animals and bats and fish and whatever, you're going to have a mechanism that can add new information. It's like having a book that only tells you about Little Red Riding Hood, and you have all these words in the book, and then you're saying that just with the words in the book, you can now write. And after copying the book over and over and over and over again, you're ending up with a book with much more words that weren't in the original book. You see what I'm saying? So
Don't you just change letter configuration?
If you can change letter configuration, absolutely. Now here's what the problem you're going to. Now listen to what you're saying though. If somebody is randomly changing letters, are you more than likely going to come up with a jumbled book that doesn't make sense, or are you going to end up with a book that's completely different but is completely logical?
But from my understanding, and once again, I'm not a geneticist, if we're going to use the book analogy, what happens is the words get jumbled down the line, but a letter is kept that actually means another word. So down the line, you've still got the same letter happening, but another letter comes along and then it keeps moving down. That's my understanding of genetics, given that sort of corollary.
Right. The problem is that the sentence has a meaning in the first place. So the first sentence, the original sentence, has a meaning. What you're saying is that after copying over and over, we're going to move the letters around or do something so that the first sentence, starting from the same information, is now going to have a different but legible meaning, and that's not shown to be what's happening in genetics in the first place. But you'd have to ask yourself, how could that happen? That I'd be interested to see that happen, but we haven't observed that.
Well, I suppose without going down a slippery slope, once again, I don't know much about this, but what I'm saying is, given the E. coli experiment, what happened is you had a mutation, and if we do the sentence structure corollary again, you've got, until that sentence has meaning again, it's turned off. But when it has meaning, it's turned on. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So what you've just described is not new information added to the book. You're just talking about a sentence being covered up for some time and then being revealed after some time. So what would be required, again, for evolution to go from a single-celled organism with just this limited bundle of information to beaks, birds, fur, teeth, claws, and all this other stuff, instructions for all these other body parts and body plans and stuff, would be mutations that result in new features, new functions in organisms. But if we look at fruit flies or E. coli or whatever, what you find is that over these 50,000 generations that they do with the E. coli or the fruit fly or whatever, you're not getting mutations that add new information. But what you can get is, like, let's say the fruit fly starts off with 2 wings, and after 20,000 generations it has 4 wings. That's because there's a duplication of the existing information. So it's not new information, it's duplication. That's fine. Or if somebody's born with 6 fingers or whatever, that's just a replication of information that previously existed. What's required for evolution to explain single-celled organism to humans, bats, chickens, and whales is a mutation that is resulting in novel, authentically novel body parts, features, functions, things like that. And so we don't observe that. There's no mutation that's resulted in new information in an organism.
So when you have a copying mistake or mutation, and that next copy is not new information, that is doing something else. That's not new information.
No, it's it's removing from the information that previously existed.
You don't think it's just a reorientation of the letters of the word, giving a new meaning to a word?
We know, well, yes, that is correct in certain situations, absolutely. So you can have, in the same way that in one book, one word can have 11 meanings, right? You can have situations where in DNA you can have a series of gene or bases or whatever genes that are read in precisely the wrong place or the right place, however you want to say it, such that it should have had this meaning, but because it's been placed here, it now has a different meaning. And so you're correct in that sense. That can occur. But
so that's new information?
No. That's information that was somewhere else, and it's now here. And it can be used differently, but most of the time, that's going to be bad for the organism. So mutations are generally a bad thing for the organism. But when it is a beneficial mutation, it's in the context of an environment or whatever it might be, and it's not, again, it's not adding novel features. Like you're gonna have to go from, if you're talking about going from a light-sensitive skin patch to eyeballs and whatever, blah 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 blah, you can say that, but the mechanism doesn't actually show how that would happen or has happened. It hasn't as of yet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to look at this further, I think, James. I'm a little bit ignorant.
You said you're a little bit what?
A little bit ignorant of the workings of genetics.
I hear you, but those types of questions are things that really interested me, and after investigating, I just wanted to hear out everybody's sides, and yeah, I found that the mechanism wasn't adequate to explain those novel features, and that was just another thing added to the pile of, okay, here's why science is good, but why science is being misrepresented.
Well, and do you do that same questioning when it comes to features such as humans growing tails, being born with tails? How do you explain that?
Well, when you're saying tails, we'd have to look at where you're referencing that from and what that means when you say tails.
Well, a length of skin with vertebrae in it.
I'd have to look at it, but I don't have any problem because I know what normal humans look like.
Yeah, but it just creates problems when it says, why have we got the information there for tails? Did we have a more primitive state where we had tails?
Actually, I can deal with that one if you like. We have information for a tailbone. The tailbone itself has a very specific set of functions. Now, when you see these so-called children born with quote-unquote tails, what you're seeing is an actual birth defect. It is exactly what James here was talking about earlier, that you have part of the genetic material was not switched off when it should have been. It is not a truly functional tail like we see in primates. No, this is simply a birth defect.
Never said it was, Jim. What I'm saying is, why is that information there in the first place?
Again, it's not information for a tail. It is information for your tailbone. Are you familiar with the coccyx and how it works and what it does?
Yeah.
Then there you go. It's simply a birth defect.
Which seems to pop up with regularity.
One in every, 6 or 7 million births. That's not anything more regular than any other type of birth defect.
But it's enough to say we have information there where if you turn on these genes, you start to grow a tail. Why? How is that there?
A birth defect. It is not a functional organism. Why don't you use the same example for Down syndrome children? They have an extra chromosome. And now, are you saying that those children with the extra chromosome are beneficial? Does that have a beneficial reaction for them? No, it doesn't. It is a birth defect. Excuse me, I got to step out. I just had to mention that about the tail because people use this type of analogy about the tail in the similar way as they do about hermaphroditism, whereas you have another birth defect where somebody is born with similar parts for both sexes. So, been a pleasure chatting with you.
Functioning, Jim. I'm saying that the information is there, and your idea of how we developed or whatever can't explain it.
Well, I think what's interesting is I'm reading a paper, or information on it. There's no vertebral anything in any of these tails that we're talking about. So I would want to see your reference, Tony, where you're talking about there being bone in these tails. But I have seen with the fatty tissue and the skin, things like that. But I'd want to see, Tony, where there's bone or vertebrae there.
All right, I'll have to look for it. It's been a while since I actually saw it, so I'll have to do a bit of scoping out.
Okay, but yeah, so with these types of questions, sometimes I feel like there's an assumption being made by the questioner, or a misunderstanding of the information in the first place. So I think that's the case here. I'll put the link for whatever I'm talking about, and mine is a biased creation paper, but it's still referencing non-creationists information. It's talking about they never said it had bone in it, and I think it was 50 males and 16 females that had these tails, but they were all fatty tissue on the back with skin, and sometimes they were offset from the midline, so they were to the left or to the right of where the spine would be. But no, there was no bone or vertebrae or anything in there.
Yeah, I'd have to have a look, mate. I won't do it now. Otherwise, that'd be very boring for people to watch me searching Google.
Hey, it's just in the case that you end up having that conversation with somebody else in the future. It's just that you'll be more informed before making the claim.
For sure. Good point.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, man, good. This is good stuff. Good conversation. I don't know what time it is there. Are you in Australia?
Yeah, It's 12:38 p.m. in the morning.
Okay.
I'm just having lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, these are important things. What I would leave you with is what. Okay, if there is. Okay, let's say there is no God. Okay, cool. When you do something bad, what consequences there? Should there be a consequence, or is it just a personal thing? Like, what happens when you do bad things?
Well, I mean, there's consequences for me doing bad things, isn't there? There's social consequences for me doing bad things. It depends what it is.
Yeah, even if nobody else knows, and even if nobody else knows. I'm trying to think of an example. I don't want to make it too crazy of an example, but okay, yeah, all right. So here's the question: if you have a wife and you cheat. Let's say you cheat on her. Yeah, why shouldn't you, or I don't know, that might not be the best example, but if we could start there, why not do the thing? Why not do it? Or if you're not
Well,
married and you just want to have as many, girlfriends, or do as many things as you want to do, why not?
well, to me, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if you're not hurting anybody, and it's consensual, is it a bad thing?
From my perspective, yes.
But this sort of goes then into a theological sort of example, why, like, committing adultery and all that sort of thing. But that just comes down to perspective.
No, like I saw you have kids. When they get older and they're 18, 19, if let's say you have a daughter and she wants to sleep around with, hundreds of guys, would you, if she wanted your opinion on that, what would you tell her?
Yeah, well, I think that I would be opposed to that.
Right. So even though you say that she's an adult, right, and she has, they're consensual and whatever, you would be opposed to that idea, and why is that?
Because given the framework of our particular society, we have subjectively come to the conclusion that having multiple partners is not necessarily a good thing for the family dynamic.
Right. And so when you just before you said, well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's adults and the consensual and whatever. But once I brought into perspective with it being your daughter, you now had, you know what I mean. And so that's where I come. That's how I'm viewing this. It's not just because God says it. It's that He's helped us recognize certain good and bad things, so that if your daughter doesn't fully understand why she shouldn't do that, she should still listen to you as her father, who's been through a lot of things in life, and you have enough experiences to give her good, rational suggestions or instructions. She should take your position. She should take, just for safety, just be like, okay, I don't know why he's saying this or why this shouldn't be done or whatever, but he has wisdom. So without you telling her, it's still bad to do it. But because you've informed her, you've helped her out. And so with God, it's the same thing. These things are not just bad because God says they're bad. It's because He's helped us recognize beforehand, so we don't end up with the heartbreak and the pain that would come with doing all this stupid stuff. It's like you tell your daughter, don't cross the street, but she doesn't understand why not. And then she crosses the street and gets hit by the car, and, she learns the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think it's. I don't really believe in objective morals. I think morals are subjective to the society that we live in, and our society frowns upon multiple partners. That's because we have lots and lots of people. There's no real need for it, and we tend to lean towards stable family units. There's other places where it's not a problem, and honestly, that's subjective to that society. I don't think an idea of God comes into it. It stems from where you live and what your society is like.
I hear you, but all that we can say is that you're going to be left with certain groups are going to say this is okay, certain groups are going to say that's okay, and some of them are going to line up with 80% of what they say, and then they're only going to disagree on the 20. But then another group, they match up with that 20 and they disagree with this other 40%. And so it's like, yes, we're going to have everybody's going to have something that they line up with everybody else, but you're going to have everybody disagreeing on all these other things. That's not to say that one person is right and one person is wrong. It's just to say that nobody else can say anything about what the other person is doing, because they're making their own decision the same way that you're making your own decision. And with the Bible, if it's true, God has the ultimate wisdom on what should and shouldn't be done. And when my desires and God's desires come into conflict, I have to err on what God wanted me to do. So if I know I want to sleep around with as many women as I want to or whatever, but God has helped me to understand that that's not the best way to live, then I'm saying, okay, I don't fully get it. I kind of get it, but maybe I'll get it more later on. But I'm gonna submit to that for now anyway. So it's just helping people. Like if I need to forgive people, but in my mind I'm like, man, I don't want to forgive people. I just want to hold these grudges. But then I realize the benefit of forgiving people for things. Then I'm like, okay, I'm seeing wisdom in that. And then so after those two situations, I'm like, okay, these things have helped me so much. Let me make sure I uphold all the rest of the things that he's saying to do, and see where that takes me. So for me, in my personal experience, it's always been helpful. It's always been beneficial. It's helped me with my interactions with other people, and with my question that I posed to you initially, why not do bad things? Is because I didn't create myself. I didn't bring myself into existence. I didn't decide how tall I was going to be. I didn't decide what my gender would be. I didn't decide the size of my nose. I didn't decide. I had nothing to do with me creating myself. And if I believe that God had anything to do with it, and that He's revealed Himself to us and has told us how to be right with Him and all this stuff, then I am going to follow His statutes to the best of my ability, even knowing that I and every other human is a sinner, so we'll eventually mess up. But I'm going to do that in the hopes of being a better person. That's the only reason for me, other than just because I believe God has the authority. It's because His authority and His rules are going to help me to be a better person. So that's why I do it. So all this stuff about origin of life and evolution and morality and all that stuff, it's cool, but that's on the peripherals of what the message of the Bible is about. God spends a few verses explaining how the universe was created. He's like, okay, cool, we got that out of the way. Now here's how you interact with human beings. That's his whole purpose in the Bible is sin. It's like why you need to avoid sin, how you should interact with other human beings.
Why do you need a guide to tell you this stuff? Don't you have personal experience that teaches you things? Why incorporate a deity?
Well, because what I said earlier, some of us are going to have 80% of it right, some of us are going to have 20% of it right, and we're all going to have different percentages of what's right. So you might be okay with this part, I'm okay with that part, but we're both wrong on this thing. So everybody's going to have a little bit of things that they're born with that they already get it. Like you're just moral in this one area automatically. Like you didn't need anybody to teach you about that. But the idea that what the Bible says is that nobody is perfect. There's no person that you can name or that I can name that doesn't fail in any area. And so when you have the Bible, God is just giving it all to you and saying, okay, here's all the correct ways of interacting in these situations, and come to this source if you want to correct whatever your issue is or whatever your areas are. Come here. So yes, you're correct. Nobody needs a deity for any one issue. Like we can recognize that murdering is wrong. We can recognize that stealing is wrong. But there's going to be an individual amongst us who's not going to immediately get that, or is not going to immediately understand that stealing is wrong. So they'll need the correction in that area. Your area as Tony might be different from mine. I don't know what it might be gambling, or it might be, I don't know what it is, but you will need correction on some area. And so it's like, how do we decide which source is the best for the answers on these questions. And yeah, many people have found the Bible to be a good source for the answers to that.
But I mean, I would tend to go through my successful personal behaviours and my personal approach to life, and peers who I look up to. I think once we go to the Bible, then we run into all sorts of problems.
What kind of problems?
Well, then you've got to work with the fact that. Well, let's take the Passover story.
Mm-hmm.
Now, God actively kills the firstborn of every family. Is that true or false?
Correct.
So, does that gel with your knowledge of right and wrong and your ability to be a good person? Is that a good thing to you?
Again, the sin. It's the sin of people that is causing the punishment that came upon them, right? Your question is, why does it have to be the firstborn that dies? And the moral question of, did that firstborn person themselves do anything directly to the Israelites? So on that question, we go back to what I was talking about with the babies getting killed, and such and so forth. It's the authority of God to bring life into existence and also to take it out. But it wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't arbitrary. It was for the sins of those people. And again, this is
because they would have been babies in cribs and stuff like that as well.
Some of them were.
Yeah. So see, I can't gel that. That immediately creates a dissonance in me, that where I'm trying to, when I was looking to the Bible for moral inspiration and what have you, those stories are the things that led me down the path of saying this isn't the way to go.
If for whatever perceived bad you find in the Bible, that's led you to that, then okay. But for the good that it's done for people, they couldn't, can't find a better way to live outside of what the Bible says, Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying that my personal experience of bettering myself and looking to my peers and learning from my mistakes doesn't include killing infants.
The Bible doesn't instruct me to kill infants either. So so my answer to you is the same. God hasn't instructed me to kill any infants to be okay with him either.
Would you look up to a person who, let's say your next door neighbour, you're growing up and you find out that he killed a bunch of infants, but he's saying to you, I've got the best way to live. Would you look up to him in that sense?
I would have to look at his reason for killing these infants.
Wait a minute. So there's some reason that you can rationalize for killing babies?
If he's saying that there's some good reason, I'd have to see what the good reason was. But the only good reason is something like what Tony was pointing out before, is some biblical punishment for something. But no, as of today, after the death of Jesus, I couldn't envision a situation where it would be okay to kill babies. But
and
yes,
I think basically, I think that's basically, James, because you're a good person. Okay, I get the impression that you're a good person, but when we bring up examples like that, it's problematic, and you have to sort of almost make excuses for it, because the guy who's doing it, you've set up as the ultimate good, the ultimate example of how to live your life.
Well, no. I mean, I'll say this again. Before Jesus died, sin was not paid for. So the way things are done is differently than after Jesus dies. So because Jesus has paid for all sins in his death, God doesn't instruct people to kill babies or kill people for sins or whatever. He doesn't instruct that because Jesus has died for all sins. But prior to Jesus, the first example you have is God himself killing everybody but Noah. He killed everybody himself. So you don't even have to take me to, the example of killing the babies alone or whatever. When you look at the flood, God himself killed babies, toddlers, 6-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 100-year-olds, or whatever, himself because of the sin of the people. So that was in that first instance of man's sin. That's the first way God responded, was himself killing everybody. Now the second way is at the time where you're talking about, where it's it's still before, but the second way is the law. He gives the law and says, in these situations, man can kill man and execute God's judgment. In some situations, humans will have to die. In other situations, animals will have to die in place of humans. So it's a sacrificial system and things like that. Now, when we get to Jesus, it's no longer humans have to kill humans for sins. It's not humans have to kill animals for sins. It's not God has to kill people for sins. It's Jesus dies for your sins, and anyone who accepts his death on their behalf, the same way that the animals had to be accepted, the same way that if anybody accepts Jesus, their sins are forgiven. So yes, in that situation, prior to Jesus, you had babies being killed, you had plagues, you had judgments on people directly, absolutely. But no, that I wouldn't. If my neighbor told me that he found a way to live life the best by killing babies, I couldn't envision that at this time.
Cool. You haven't got any problems with somebody dying in your place as well for the things you've done?
No, not the presentation from the Bible. Like, if it's like saying, one guy ran into the nuclear power plant to shut off the reactor, and he shut it off right in time so that the explosion was much less than what it would have been had he not shut it off. And he's the only person that dies in there, but he saves like a million people.
But a more correct example would be you were the one who made it go critical in the first place, and you ran, and he ran in and blew it, made the explosion a lot less. I mean, he's the one who took one for the team. You wouldn't feel bad about that.
Yes. I would be grateful, but I'd be like, man, I owe him everything.
And what if you had a conversation outside the nuclear power plant where he said, look, I'll go in and I'll take this for you. You did everything wrong, but I'll take the blame for this and get punished for it. Is that okay?
You said, is that okay?
Yeah, he said, look, I know what you've done. I'm going to take the blame for it and die for it.
Yeah, so he tells us to this million people that are about to die, and he says, look, and he's broadcasting on the news. He's like, I know you guys are the reason that this reactor is about to blow up. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to save you all, but I'm going to die in the process. And we're all going to be sitting there like, dang, we wish there was a different way, and we almost we don't want him to do it, but we want to live too. But he does it almost without even asking us. He doesn't ask our opinion on it. So in your situation, he's going out on the news and asking questions and all that. But in the Bible version, he goes in and just does it. We didn't have a say in the matter.
I don't know. To me, it just seems like the shifting of blame. I think we're responsible for what we do. We're responsible for the words out of our mouth, and in the end, the buck stops with us, not somebody else who's prepared to take one for the team.
You're absolutely correct that that's the way it should be, and you know. So here's again. I'll say this again. God lets you know how you can interact with Him and how you can be right with Him. So if God says you can kill an animal in place of yourself for this bad thing that you did, and I will forgive you, or you will be forgiven, or you'll be right with me, then that's God, because He's the authority and He's the punisher and He's the, you know, rule maker or whatever. That's up to Him to say that that's the system. Okay, cool. Now, if He says, in the same way that everybody was killing all these goats and lambs and stuff every day for their sins, I'm just gonna provide a way for just this one person to die one time for everybody's sins, and it doesn't have to be done over and over and over again. And He does that, and He presents that, okay, now instead of accepting that the goat died for you individually, I'm saying if you accept that this person died for you, you know, and everybody else, then your sins are forgiven by me. So He's saying, first of all, you guys don't deserve this, and you deserve to be punished, and none of you is perfect, and you would all deserve to go to hell had I not given you this option. That's absolutely true. So you're correct. Like, we all deserve to be punished for everything we do of our own selves. But the way God's presenting it is, because you have free will, you will sin. You will choose to sin eventually. But He's giving you a way, if you let go of your pride, if you let go away, you know, you trying to be in control of all these things, if you just say, okay, I'm accepting your system, I want to be right with you, and you say, okay, I accept this the method of atonement that you've provided for me, then God says, okay, cool, then we're good. But don't for a second think that you should receive this forgiveness or deserve to receive this forgiveness. It's because I've offered it to you.
I suppose another question that I would ask, do you find it weird that for a while your God needed blood sacrifice?
Do I ask the question again? Do I what?
Do you find it, how do you feel about the fact that for a large amount of history, God required blood sacrifice?
Right, that's what I've been talking about this whole time. I'm saying in the first, so it's always about dealing with sin. So the first time He deals with sin, He kills everybody Himself with the flood. Everybody dies except Noah. So we forget sacrifices. The way sin is dealt with is with you die for your sins. Because death is the only payment for sin. Death is the only payment for sin. So everybody dies for their own sin. And then the second system, He gives blood sacrifices are allowed. But blood sacrifices are not the only thing. If the sin is big enough, like adultery or murder, you die yourself for the sin. There's no animal sacrifice for you. So that's the second system, is God gives man the authority to execute His judgment instead of him killing people himself. So yes, the sacrificial system comes in, and people are being killed if it's a big sin, or animals are dying in their place for lesser sins. Okay, cool. And then yes, Jesus then comes and He dies one time for all sins. But no, I don't have a problem with the whatever method God chooses to use out of those three. If he decided he was going to kill everybody himself, that's how he handled sin at that time. But there was a payment for sin. If he decides animals can die in place of you, or you can die for your own sins on the spot, that's his method of pay. That's the next method of payment for sin that he's prescribed. And then if in the third spot he's prescribed the method of payment for sin, which is Jesus dying for your sins, then that's even better for us. I mean, that's the best situation it could be. And what's interesting is he's not asking anybody to pray 5 times a day. He's not asking anybody to walk 1,000 miles to earn this forgiveness, because you couldn't earn it if you wanted to. He's just saying, believe that Jesus died for you and accept it, and you are forgiven.
Okay, so you have all these explanations and this elaborate procedure for what happens with sin, but if sin is that important, where does sin come from?
Sin doesn't come from anywhere. Sin is a result of free will. So sin is not a thing in that sense. If you give beings autonomy and the ability to do anything they want to do, they will do good things, but they will do bad things as well. And what sin is disobeying what God has instructed you to do. And so...
and where does free will come from?
God gave you free will. I don't know if there was a question after that.
So God gives you free will, you exercise the free will and do sin, and then he punishes you for that.
No, that's not what he punishes you for. God gives you free will. He instructs you to use your free will to do good things and to not do bad things, or else there will be consequences when you do bad things. So we have the choice, but we eventually choose to do bad things. And for that, there are consequences.
So, in essence, you're saying that we choose to do bad things. That doesn't sound like free will to me. That sounds like a definite choice in the wrong direction, right?
Eventually.
So that doesn't sound a whole lot like free will to me.
So what would free will be to you?
If you could choose to do the good thing and not the bad thing.
You do choose to do good things. People who have
forever. To completely avoid not doing the bad things.
So you're saying remove the choice. So you're saying remove the choice for bad
No,
things.
I'm not saying remove the choice. Give us a choice. The choice between doing the good thing and doing the bad thing. Now, I want to always do the good thing. Can I make that choice?
Yes. It's just that because you're human, you're going to eventually really want to do a bad thing. Like you're just gonna have your own desires and you're gonna chase them.
Go ahead.
So you're gonna continue to chase your desires, and you're just gonna mess up, even though you know you shouldn't, but you want that thing so badly.
And why is it that I want that thing so badly?
Because you have the free will to take it if you want to take it.
And who gave us the free will?
God. Because if you, as much as you want to do good things, that's something that free will has given you the desire for, right? So free will says you can do all these good things that you've done, which is awesome. You've done a bunch of good things.
And does God know all of this?
Of course, yes.
So God knows that he's given us the free will, and God knows that we're going to sin. And he's done this, and he's created us in this fashion, designed it purposefully, with a plan that includes us making the choices that leads to sin.
Yes, within
Do you not comprehend the problem there?
no, because with you having this full range of options, good and bad, you have the choice to do a bunch of good things. You have the choice to do a bunch of bad things.
But
And
by God, but by being created and designed as a human being who is eventually going to sin,
mhm,
God has designed you this way to eventually sin,
He's not designed you to eventually sin. He's designed you to always choose what you want to do.
which is to eventually sin.
Sure, that's a second order. That's. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's all right. Sorry.
Right.
Keep
so
going. I don't want to break time.
It's a second order situation. So you have the choice to do anything, and you will do good things, and you will do bad things. So God gives you instruction on how to minimize those bad things, right? And helps you maximize and to maximize the good things. Now, some people they don't want to correct themselves at all or fix the bad, and they just want to they just want to do bad, and you know, hey, that's what they're doing. Okay.
If I live my life doing 99% of all the good things, and I do one bad thing, is the price for that the same?
Yes. So if you live 99% of your
So
life,
it doesn't matter how good of a life, how much I've done the good things, and it doesn't matter how much I've done the bad things. It's completely irrelevant.
correct. So with sin, the payment for sin should be death. That's what's indicated. It should be death.
So the payment is disproportionate.
No, here's what I'm helping you understand. For this, for disobeying God, the payment is death. That's what it should be. Now you're trying to categorize and pick and choose, or this and that and the other, but what it should be is death. That's what God has indicated. The payment.
What am I picking and choosing?
Well, you're saying that if one person does 1% bad things, like they just murder one guy, should their punishment be the same as the guy who's murdering, killing, raping, and stealing and blah 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 blah? You're saying that even though death is the payment for sin, you're saying that maybe the guy who's done a lot more should be killed 500 times. Well, death only happens once.
I'm not saying I'm not saying anything of the sort. You're the one who's telling me your rules. You're telling me what I would presume your God's rules.
You seem to indicate that it was disproportionate. So I'm just highlighting the fact that in the first place, for the smallest percent, death is the punishment that is deserved. So once you get past death, where do you go? Like how much?
Right, exactly. That's the point I'm making, is that there is no difference for you in your view. There is no difference.
Yeah. Well, how much further than death? No.
I'm not saying how much further. I'm just saying for you there is no difference. Correct. There's no evaluative difference between a person who makes the smallest little bit of sin and someone who's lived their entire life in sin.
Correct. They're both disobeying God.
So do you make the evaluation and then disregard the different quantity and qualities that you make the evaluations on, or you just don't make the evaluation at all? I mean, you see these two people as being the same in the eyes of your God.
Correct. God has indicated that disobeying Him, the punishment should
So
be death.
here's the problem that I have with that. To teach that kind of a moral rule is to give people the idea, to promote the idea that there is no evaluative difference.
Correct. That's what the Bible says. Is that it's level at the foot of the cross. Nobody can say I'm better than this other person or that person. They only did 3 sins, or that person did 10 sins. I only did 3, so I'm a better person.
I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with looking at 2 people, one person making a very small sin, such as I don't know, like pushing someone out, pushing someone down on the floor, and someone who's raped, murdered, and done all kinds of bad things all his life. I can't get on board with that. Sorry. I mean, I will make the evaluation between these 2 people and their behaviors, and I'm not going to make the same exact evaluation on the 2 of them. That's a recipe for disaster. That's teaching people a terrible way for moral behavior. Do you not see that? I want to promote people to minimize their bad behavior. And I want to promote people to maximize their good behavior. I can't do that if I can't make evaluations between 2 different types of behavior like that. One being extremely bad and all the time, and one being very small and not doing it very often. Those 2, making a distinction between those 2 evaluations is important for a moral behavior. Do you not see that?
No, not from the biblical perspective. So again, because of how holy God is, right, and what He said, He says, "Do not disobey me." So for you, again, you're putting different levels on disobedience. I'm just letting you know that the Bible presents disobedience as disobedience. But that's again an indication of the holiness of God. So He's not going to stand for sin, and whether you feel it's small from whatever you want to say, He's saying it's a disobeying of what my rule is.
When I forgive people proportionately to what they do, the kind of crimes that they commit, and what kind of reparations they make, and what kind of forgiveness that I can give them, based on the intent, the actions, the consequences. You've completely bypassed all of that. You're telling me that the God that you worship doesn't look at any of that.
Incorrect. What God does is exactly what
Your God only looks to see if He's done a sin or not. He makes no other judgment than that. Either He sins or He doesn't. Either He goes to heaven or He goes to hell. Correct or not?
Incorrect. So when Jesus dies for sins, right? It equally forgives the person who has done the least as it does the person who done the greatest.
Right,
so,
equally. He doesn't make any kind of discrepancy. He doesn't make any kind of distinction between the different kinds.
So when somebody deserves so much more in the human eyes of, man, I've done this much, we would say that person has been forgiven much more than the person who only did a couple little things, and that's absolutely true. The person who did all these bad things, they've received much more forgiveness than the person who only did a couple things.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. you know, the more that you do bad things in your life, the less I want to forgive you. The more I want to discourage you from continuing on that behavior.
Of course, absolutely. I'm just saying after the fact of it's been done. I'm talking about the forgiveness after the fact is disproportionate based on the Bible. God is completely forgiving you.
Right. So now that you've done a disproportionate amount of forgiveness, that gives people the impression, if they believe this is the way that forgiveness works, that it doesn't really matter.
I don't see how that works from what you're saying. I don't know how you're saying that.
Because if I believe that it doesn't matter how much sin that I do, how badly I behave, or how greatly my bad behavior is, or how little my bad behavior is, if there's no distinction between the two, then that promotes me, if I believe in this kind of a system, that it doesn't matter how badly I behave or how greatly I'm a bad behavior and how little I'm a bad behavior.
Well, that's not how the Bible presents it. The way you're articulating it is slightly different. So the way the Bible presents it is
look, it's really simple. If you don't make a distinction in your judgment, then that's going to promote a behavior that has no distinction in the behavior.
Here's what I'm saying, if you let me finish this time.
Go
If
ahead.
there's a difference in the way that the Bible is presenting than the way that you're articulating it right there. What you're saying is that it's going to promote future an assumption that I can do all this stuff in the future and it's going to be okay. Well, that's not how the Bible presents it. The Bible presents it as all the stuff that you've done in the past. It doesn't matter how much or how little you've done, because the littlest of it deserves death, right? Okay, cool. But even if you've done a bunch of things in the past, you'll receive complete forgiveness the same way that the person who's done less than you have done will also receive complete forgiveness. So it's more of a past tense as far as what your forgiveness is, as opposed to, okay, now you can go do whatever you want to do and you'll still be forgiven. That's not the way the Bible presents it. What the Bible says is, once you come to the understanding that Jesus has died for your sins and you accept him, your lifestyle will change. You will, if you really believe that, you will live your life differently. But if you say, oh, I believe he died for me, and then continue on doing what you've done, the Bible says there is no forgiveness that can be provided for you. Like there's no sacrifice that is adequate for the way you're living. So you see how you were presenting it as you can continue on doing all types of stuff, where the Bible presents it as.
I'm not saying that you can continue on after you've been forgiven. I'm saying that if you present to people a system of judgment and behavior and evaluation that it makes no distinction between really terrible behavior and barely bad behavior, then they will behave in that manner that has no distinction between really, really bad behavior and someone who's not behaving very badly that much.
No, I'm a Christian and I definitely don't think that way. So I'm trying to find how the Bible presents that or gives me that mindset.
I understand how your Bible presents that, and that's what I have a problem with.
So I'm just saying that for me personally, I don't have that mindset, and I don't have that mindset of I should now go live this crazy way because some people will be forgiven more and some people will be forgiven less. That's not how it works.
Right. But yeah, I'm not saying that's, okay. So what I'm saying is that having this type of a type of philosophy for how you are rewarded or punished for your behavior. Actually, it's not by your behavior. It's actually regardless of your behavior. This is the idea that people are not judged appropriately, proportionally, or accordingly to what they've done.
Well,
Your theology says none of that matters. Just wipe it all out, clean slate. Everyone gets forgiven, regardless of how badly you behaved, regardless of how nice you've been.
okay. Let me put it to you this way. I'll try to give two examples. And if your name says Blush, but what do you go by?
Yeah, you can just call me by Blush.
All right. So in the Bible, Blush, there's an example given, a parable. And this is how it goes. So there's an owner of, let's say, a company, and he has work that needs to be done. So there's a group of people. They come to him early in the morning. They're asking, "Hey, do you need us to do any work for you?" And he's like, "Yeah. I'll pay you this much for you to work for me all day or whatever." And they're like, "Okay, cool." So they start working from 10 a.m. They're working, and everybody's gonna work till 6. But there's a guy that comes around 4 p.m. and he's asking for work, and the owner says, "Yeah, I got work for you. I'll pay you, whatever amount for you to work the rest of the day." He says, "Okay, cool." So he's working. So it comes time to get everybody's payments. So it's 6 p.m. at the end of the day, and he hands the first guys their payment. It's whatever, $100 for the day, and then he gets to the guy that came in at 4 p.m. and he gives him $100 also. And the other guys see that, and they're like, "Hey, man, wait a minute. You paid him the same amount you paid us?" And he's like, "Yeah, and so what? You guys agreed to get paid $100 to work for the day, and that guy did as well. Because with me, as the person with the money, it's up to me to decide who I give the money to. It's not up to you to, after what you've agreed to tell me that you should get paid more or you should get paid less, because it's not your money."
Yes, I know the parable, and I know the point that the parable makes, and I think that's go ahead.
Well, yeah, and so when you're talking about forgiveness, that's the money. It's my forgiveness. It's me giving the money in the first place. It's mine. It's mine to give out. And what's not given in this parable, to make it exactly what's going on with reality, is that you don't deserve money in the first place. Like, that would be the best way to put it, is we all deserve no forgiveness.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so I understand the parable. I understand the point that the parable tries to make, and I understand the viewpoint that you have, that you believe that none of us deserve to have a forgiveness. I got that. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, the parable is only to highlight, only to demonstrate the idea that the person who's giving it, they're trying to reinforce, the story is trying to reinforce the idea that the person who's giving it has all the power to give it, which doesn't really make any sense to me. I mean, it doesn't. I've no investment in that ideology, so it doesn't really apply for me.